twilight lies gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the brave, and the home of the brave. Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight to rename the name of the brave. We are the U.S. of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save, land of the brave, the U.S. of A. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the brave, and the home of the
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
I fought tooth and nail for everything I've got. Oh, I've been locked up, drugged down, told them everything I'm not. I've lost it all and built it back again. I've been flat broke, no hope, told them just a failure of a man. And at the end of the day, I give thanks. I've got a good heart. I've made some big mistakes. I left the past behind me with the wind in my face. I got a fresh start. I've got the rest of my days. I'll never go back down the road that I came. Well, they can speak their mind, say I forgot my friends, but I've slowed down, turned around too many times for them. And I don't know no above. For the fact I'm right here, right now, feeding everyone I love. And at the end of the day, I give thanks. I've got a good heart. I've made some big mistakes. I left the past behind me with the wind in my face. I got a fresh start. I've got the rest of my days. I'll never go back down the road that I came. I know it ain't easy loving a man like me. I'll change my ways, so baby, please believe. I've got a good heart. I've made some big mistakes. I left the past behind me with the wind in my face. I got a fresh start. I've got the rest of my days. I'll never go back down the road that I came. I've got a good heart. I've made some big mistakes. I left the past behind me with the wind in my face. I got a fresh start. I've got the rest of my days. I'll never go back down the road that I came.
So, morning, everybody. It's Monday. Huckleberry, are you happy? I don't know if he's here. I hadn't scrolled up in chat yet, but if Huckleberry's here, he kind of shamed me into shaving. So, there we go. Let me scroll up and see who all came sliding in. I see Huckleberry, Rocksteady, Metal for Breakfast, Kiss Off, G-Mo, Nana, Lady Smith, top of the morning. Man, all the names. William, Hutch, Miss Teresa. No Scat Pack. There we go. I was going to say, I know Scat Pack's got to be in there somewhere. Sorry if I'm missing anybody. My Skydive. Miss Sandy P. Trying to catch them all. Coffee first. By the way, that was a cool little show, ma'am. I kind of like listening to you talk, sharing your stuff. It's helpful. And you do just fine, so there's no point. You shouldn't be nervous. You're doing good. Miss Elizabeth. Let's see what I'm doing. Savage Lee. I think I'm catching up. Right. Little Australian buddy. What's up, man? How are things down under? What's up, Matt? Morning. Man, I just know apple dumpling. What's up? Let's see. Bam, bam, bam. Mr. Smith. Okay. I'm catching up. Getting a little faster. Let's see. Where you at? All right. I think I caught up now. So. Whew. Man, it's Monday. Oh, and I saw a Kiss Off email. Just give me a few minutes and I get my head right. And then I will send you an invite. What? Miss Angela? Miss Angela's in here? Did I miss Miss Angela? Now that would make, oh, there I sure did. Okay, look, if I missed you, I'm sorry. Just say morning again. What's up, Benjamin? You were not missed on purpose. I don't know, man. This has been kind of a crazy weekend. In and out. Spent the day, a few hours with my grandson yesterday. By the way, Hutch, I did the weirdest shit with your invite. I assume because it showed it came in at 11:15 my time, but it was actually ironic. I told her, going, "Holy crap! I didn't actually even see that email until 12:45 or some shit." And I was like, "Oh," and we were already in town. We had to run in and get a few things. I don't know. Shit's a coming, man. Shit's a coming. Miss Angela. Probably a little chilly. So it just, I don't know. Been a crazy weekend. It's kind of a juggle. And man, I went over on X and oh my gosh, dude, the liberals and the batshit crazy radicals, they're going crazy over the whole border thing, man. They're just everything is it's not happening. There's no border crisis. Look, they're just showing you things. Look at this open gate. And it's like, okay. And then they're going down, they're going, see, look at all this. Nobody's crossing. And it's like, yeah, did you know that how deep the river is right there? It's because you can't cross right there. That's why they intentionally go where they do. It's called current. It's funny how shit like that happens. And, you know, is Eagle Pass the one all be all? No, Eagle Pass isn't the one all be all. What Eagle Pass is an Eagle Pass is a way to circumvent the corrupt mainstream media that doesn't want to put this out there, that hasn't wanted to show any numbers for the last 3 years. So that's kind of what Eagle Pass is. Eagle Pass is a way to get people to go, hey, see what's happening. Not to mention that when you shut down Shelby Park, because all the wins don't want to tell you that when you shut down Shelby Park, you're cutting down 11,000 illegals a day. Sure, they're coming across in other places. Nobody wants to say shit about California, New Mexico, or Arizona, you know, because heaven forbid we should talk about Katie Hobbs. I mean, she's kind of one other radical, so I guess that's why you won't want to talk about them. You know, I guess because with Newsom being the governor of California, you don't really want to point out the open border there because, well, you know, it just, that's why sometimes you got to really zoom out, but you get caught up in all the cesspools. And it's like I was sitting there and I'm scrolling down through Twitter and it's like, oh, it's the attack on Abbott's, the attack. Look at this open gate. And it's like, well, where were you at 2 years ago? You know, nobody was down there. It's, they only come out to criticize. And then that just kind of says so much shit to me. Unbelievable. I mean, I live here. I see this shit. Hell, I got an hour and 10 minutes away from me, hour and 15 minutes, 30,000, Colonial Ridge. So there is, you know, yes, there's been a border problem. That's why I put the numbers on my community page up just to show people, you know, because yeah, there's always been a border issue, but there was an intentional drop because policies were put in place. And the minute he came in, he removed all those and it went up and you can just see the numbers. You know, the convoy's point is to go beyond Eagle Pass because like the retired Green Beret that actually served Operation Lone Star project right there with that very battalion and shit is now not. And he's helping direct the convoy to where they can bring attention. So people can say, oh, it's not doing any good. I don't know. It's just like when people bitch about how New York got shipped illegal immigrants. Well, you know what, homie? It was easy because all those little states said, claim sanctuary cities. We're going to do sanctuary cities. And it was easy to sit, you know, a couple of 1,000 miles away and say, we're a sanctuary city. And all of a sudden the shit got dumped in your doorstep and everybody was like, wait a minute, this is some bullshit. This ain't fair. What kind of crap is this? This is so cruel. And well, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to be a sanctuary city. We're just helping you out. Why do we got to take the brunt down here? Why do our hospitals and why do our stores have to be out of groceries? Why does our economies have to suffer? Bullshit. These little sanctuary cities, you know what? And people in those states, if you don't want your city to be a sanctuary state, well, then get involved in the damn shit and change that. I don't know, man. All this shit, I'm sitting here reading on that, and they just kind of, yesterday I was in a really pissy mood. And so let me get back. Canadian, my northern brother from another mother, metal for breakfast. I know I missed some other people because Super Dave, Wingnut. No, not no more, Smith. I just saw the where you said full of bots. No, actually, not so much. A lot of radical shit. So I mean, you're definitely going to see because he opened the doors. I mean, you can kind of talk about what you want as long as you don't threaten nobody, kind of shit. So you can post stuff. Cherokee Survival, what's up? Rescue my wife, a Democrat, is quite cross with me because I want to remember that. I feel for you, man. I don't understand how, to be honest, and I don't understand how anybody can justify what's coming across. Okay, I want to make sure. If I missed you, I'm sorry. So good morning, good day, good evening, good afternoon, wherever the hell it works. But it's just, I don't know, man. Matter of fact, I got a clip for you. I'm going to play this. I don't know how many people are have heard of Brandon Herrera or know who he is. I mean, if you're into pew pews, you ought to know who Brandon Herrera is. Well, most people might just have got lost with the pew pew part, but he actually lives in Texas. And you ready for this? He actually lives in the district that all this is going down. So this is his area. That border is the longest border access is his district. And you know what? He decided he didn't like the way some shit was going down in his area. So homeboy's running for Congress. So I'm just saying, maybe he decided to get up and say, wow, I don't really kind of like what's going on around me. Maybe I ought to fucking nut up and do something about it. So he got involved. So I don't know if you're aware of that, but he's actually running for office. And him and old Langley were talking. And I just, the way they started talking, I go, damn it, I'm going to save that. And I want to just, here it is. You can listen to somebody 1,000 miles away. You can listen to some TikTok shit. You can listen to some X shit. Here's a dude who lives right there. He's doing what he's doing because of what he sees right there. Not, he ain't coming from somewhere else. He didn't drive in yesterday. And I think it's just important. And I thought, damn, man, that is like a rock solid ass point. When I get this done, I kiss off. I can send you the invite, and anybody else, if you want to come up, Hutch, like you want to come up, just let me know and I send the invite. I'm going to share this. I'm not going to hide myself down in the bottom corner because that way y'all can see Langley's little logo. I don't like to take away from him. But this was the conversation's a little longer. I just don't want to jack the whole clip. So, I mean, I can post a link to it while it's playing, but I just wanted y'all to hear this part. I thought this was a pretty cool part. So morning, everybody that got here.
Big hot button issues. Like you said, this has the public attention. This has the public polling. The Democrats are doing horrible on it, which is why you see them actually at the table for it. And to be fair, to your point, Republicans do the same thing. When they're polling bad on something, they come to the table. That's kind of the way the system works.
Certain ones. The bad ones do.
Well, right. Right. That's correct. But, you mentioned a word that I think is so crucial and important in this, and that was solution. Because a lot of the time, and you and I have talked about this offline at some of our SHOT Show conversations or, random conversations when we run into each other. It's one thing to be upset about an issue and complain about that issue, but it's a completely separate issue to say, I'm upset about this. What are we going to do about it? That's a very important distinction. And to your credit, and that's one of the, I've told you to your face, I'm very proud of you because you've actually taken the step to run for Congress. Like you're in a position where you could do it and you did it. And that is something that is inspirational. And going towards that election campaign of what you're going into right now, I mean, you have an opponent who, like you said earlier, this is Tony Gonzalez. He hasn't exactly been an amazing stalwart champion of, let's see, just the last top of my head, Second Amendment rights, Jim Jordan's speakership election, the border. Yep. I mean, that's just in the last 6 months, I think. But yeah, I mean, do you have anything to say, like roughly around that concept? Like, why'd you do this? What brought you to it?
First off, I appreciate the kind words. You're going to make a homie cry in the club, but you're not lying. And realistically, those two thoughts that you kind of threw out at the last minute are very related as to just some of the things that Tony's really shit the bed on that as to why I ran. It's literally that. I didn't have any ambition to be a politician. I still think politician is a slur in my mind. I don't
Right.
look highly on most politicians, and I certainly didn't want to be involved in this world. But I just realized, this is the person who's representing me. This is my congressman, and he doesn't represent me. He voted to fund Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi's gun control.
I just point that out. I hate to interrupt him, but see how he's recognizing this is my representative. I don't like what he's representing. It's not in my take. This is the grassroots. This is the bottom level. This ain't all hyperbole. This is when you actually put shoes on and you get up and you get out of bed and you go to work kind of thing. That's why I just really want to point this out. And by the way, Kiss Off, so are you under a time limit or something? Are you fixing to be leaving?
Voted for the gun control. He voted for red flag laws. He voted against, or he killed in committee essentially actual border policy with HB2. He fought against Chip Roy on actually getting an immigration solution handled. He voted for a $400 million vaccine tracking database during COVID. Like, this guy's just a very bad Republican all the way around. He's voted with the left so many times and voted against traditional conservatism, libertarianism. Just really, really not the guy that I would think represents Texas values. And you can only see that so much without realizing, hey, I feel like I'm in a position where I have reach, I have an audience, I have the ability to fundraise, and I have, I think, the voice. And I think we can really, really make an impact on this.
Notice he didn't just go, oh, well, they're all the same. Fuck it, I ain't getting involved. You know what I'm saying? Notice how he goes, oh, no, that Republican, he don't represent shit, and doing something about it, man. That's
if I think we can win it. I wouldn't be running if I didn't think we had a solid chance at winning. But at the very worst case, I want to give him the primary challenge of his life and make him realize that if you make these bad votes that go counter to actual conservative policy, to actual Texan values, you will be primaried. You can lose your job.
And I think that speaks to something. It was very well said. And I think it speaks to something that we have alluded to a few times in this conversation, is when they feel the pressure, when they feel uncomfortable, they actually do what they're supposed to do, or at least attempt to do what they're supposed to do. And if you were, and this is going to be one of those, this is an important question, but you hear it all the time. If you were in the same position in Connecticut, if you were in the same position in Georgia, whatever area you are, and you feel like that representative is not living up to the ideals, a lot of the temptation is to say someone needs to primary him or her. Why not you? You know what I mean? That's an important, just a snap in your head. I mean, it's just crazy.
And not everybody's in a position to do it. Like, because like for me, like I know I've got, the YouTube element, like the lot of connected friends, a lot of, history and politics and things. Cause while I didn't want to be a politician, I've always kind of been tangentially involved in politics. Everything we do between you and I is all obviously inherently political.
Oh, yes.
But you don't necessarily need that. But you need financial backing. There's a lot of things that are required, especially to go after a federal office like that. It's not easy. Like, these are $1 million races we're talking about. This is something it takes a lot of resources. But that doesn't mean that you can't make a difference on the state level, for example.
Exactly.
State level, a local level, your local sheriff election, your local, your county commissioners. A lot of the local elections affect your life more so than federal stuff does. Federal just makes Fox News. So a lot of people can get involved and be, have a positive impact on their political environment more so than they realize, and for cheaper and for less time than they realize, I think.
I completely agree. I mean, all politics is local. There's a reason that phrase exists. It's because it's true.
Hey, morning, John.
And it's easy. It's easy to fall into the trap.
Make it a good day.
Again, going back to something you talked about.
Be
It's
safe.
easy to fall into the trap of being negative, and there's a place for that, and being upset because it's your country and it's coming from a place of passion. But at a certain point, you go, if not me, then who? You know what I mean? And like that, that's a huge important part, whether it's starting a YouTube channel or it's running for Congress or it's running for school board. All of these things are so pivotal because you never know where you're going to end up. I mean, like you just said, you never planned on doing a congressional run. I mean,
No.
I never planned on having a YouTube channel that focuses on gun politics. And like that wasn't part of the plan, but you rise to the occasion, right? And
Yeah.
I think that's crucial.
And not everybody can do it. Maybe not everybody's like in a position to be able to do it, but you can still support the people who do. Because the one thing I don't understand is the people who don't get involved. They're politically active, but they're not involved in primaries. And then everybody complains about the two-party system, like, oh, the two-party system's broken. It's really not. You get to choose your representatives. You just
See, this is what I'm talking about. Just real conversation, real talk shit.
Right.
If you complain about the two-party system, but you don't vote in your primaries where you actually choose who that person that you get to vote for in November is, you're part of the problem.
Right.
Because the reason why these
Amen.
bad politicians get away with still being the incumbent on the ballot is because people don't pay attention to their votes and they don't vote them out in the primaries.
Right on.
Yep. And I think that is a excellent conversation to have for everyone to hear. Now, we're going to end this on a fun one. This is a fun one because I heard. Oh yes. Oh no. It's a surprise. It's a surprise. So I heard, Brandon, that that Biden up there he's been working on it. It's been near and dear to his heart. He cares a lot about the border. I've heard through press releases he's been working on it for at least since October. 2 months he's been really at it in the Senate. And the whole time they've really been trying to put forward some amazing, I can't even deliver the sarcasm without laughing, some amazing border solutions. I mean, do you think people actually buy this? I mean, like there's no way from Kamala Harris never going and failing to Biden trying to claim credit since October. There's no way people buy this.
Not at all. And it's becoming abundantly clear with the situation that's happening right now on the Texas border, with Abbott basically telling the federal government to fuck off in no uncertain terms. And he keeps drawing new lines in the sands. You need to be out by 1:30 today, or I'll tell you to be out again tomorrow. And it's very interesting to see, and it's very interesting to see the amount of states that have rallied behind and supported and said that they will send troops. And the 20, I think, was it 25 or 26 Republican governors that sent a letter?
I think 25. I think 25.
I think so too. Sending a letter to Biden saying basically we stand with Texas, and it's been really neat to see. And of all the places where it's looking like Civil War Part 2 Electric Boogaloo is going to kick off. It's like, really, it's going to be my district of Texas. Didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, but you never do though.
But it's really cool to see, and it's interesting because it's also on another, like, it's a states' rights issue. Because you have the right of Texas to defend its borders and to protect itself when the federal government fails. And like for whatever you want to say about the first American Civil War, slavery was the catalyst, but it was the catalyst to a states' rights issue.
That's correct.
It's interesting to see history repeating itself in that way. And I hope to God it doesn't.
Right.
But it's interesting to see those lines being drawn so sharply on that.
Well, I think, and I did a video on this when it first popped, when I got back from SHOT. I think the interesting part about this is I don't think we're looking at something that would be like a civil war, a hot war, shots fired. I don't think that's what we're talking about. I think what we're legitimately seeing here is all the conditions are right for the Republican governors to grow a pair and take advantage of the situation. That's what I think is happening. You got an election coming in 2024. Biden's incredibly weak. Immigration's his weakest policy. This is a tremendous issue to force. And you've got New York, Illinois, California, all the leftist bastion states are suffering under their own decisions of sanctuary. It's a perfect setup for a political push. And I think that's what you're seeing.
This turning into a hot shooting war. Like I'd probably put that at like maybe a 1% chance. Just like Oppenheimer, it's like, well, 0 would be nice. But yeah, it would. 1%'s a little too much for comfort, but no, I agree with that completely. This is Greg Abbott, pardon the pun, taking a stand and showing that you can fight the federal government and win. Like this is something, and not only that, but other states will stand behind you because we're all thinking the same thing. Nobody's doing it.
Yep.
And
that's
that's
the first one that stands up.
Beautiful. Like that's the really cool thing to see happen in real time.
Oh, absolutely. We're living through history, and we have been over the last several years. But I mean, I think that was a really excellent synopsis, and I appreciate you getting on to talk about.
Anyway, thought I'd share that. I just see I don't know. I sit and I can listen to that talk. That's got a solution base to it. It's not just, I don't know. There's people in a foxhole that hear gunfire going over the top, and all they do is start screaming that they're shooting at us, they're shooting at us, they're shooting. And then there's other people that kind of start to figure a way to stand up and do something about what's coming. And to me, that's people that are focusing on the solution, because I don't know. I can pick a booger. I can do it. That ain't the issue. The issue is what afterwards, Hey, what's up, Indy? There you go, Scott. Yeah, let me, excuse me. Bunch of stomach stuff going on. So I don't know, man. Let me, I'm gonna post the link. So anybody that wants to watch, that's the episode that I just put up from Langley Outdoors. Now you can go to Brandon Herrera's channel directly, but he was doing the interview with Langley Outdoors. So that's the link to that. I don't think we should concentrate on trying to fix the problem. I think we need to talk about what. Oh, that's. I reckon Wingnut. That's, brother. Sorry, but for me, that's ass backwards. Got to stop. I put the fire out, and then we do fire investigation afterwards. We don't try to figure out what started the fire before you put it out. So maybe it's just background thinking. Hey, Mrs. Metal. Morning. Kind of having a dark night. Hey, Twisted. What's up? What's going on, man? There you go, Savage. Put in a little something this weekend. Probably had some things you had to tend to, huh? It finally stopped raining. I don't know, man. People just need to, I hope people become really more aware as time comes on. It's becoming more aware. Start discerning what you're hearing and what you're seeing. Is what you're hearing, is it encouraging you towards a solution, or is it encouraging you to go away from it? So are you being encouraged to work on something, or are you being encouraged to not do anything? And I think it's just important. It's in the words, it's in this things that you'll see and hear. And it's like with the Twitter thing, or X, I don't know, it's still Twitter, whatever. Elon can get over it. Seriously, has Rabbit been released from jail? Oh yeah, I think so. Was he in jail? I mean, YouTube jail. I guess we'll clarify that. What, was Rabbit in YouTube jail? I didn't even think he posted stuff, did he? I must be totally about bad. There's so many people get unsubbed, and then I don't surf around, so I never notice. At one time, I was damn sub to everybody that came in, because that's just what I did back then. What's up, Craig the Hunter? Super Day bare minimum. If they were serious, they would offer to close the border and count the existing ones against their so-called compromise. What do you mean bare minimum? I don't there must have been something else said. Me no sabe. I will say there's just, I don't know. That's what gets me. And you'd have to kind of know the area. You'd have to know the Texas, and you got to step out of all the off topic stuff. And it's like people wonder what took so long. It was a legal thing. It's all legal. It's legal. It's done by the Constitution, our Bill of Rights, Declaration. And if you don't follow that, then you're no better than they are. If you circumvent the law, then you're no better than they are. So that's why people make fun of the 8 letters Abbott did, but it was a legal thing. That bam, bam, bam. Now this has been done. So, and it is what it is. People are going to have their own anxiety things. I just, he's out in chat last night. Okay, Mr. Metal. So apparently it was YouTube jail and he's out. Let me scroll up. Marvin the Martian. Right. That's it. That's my buddy. Okay, Mr. Smith said that Rabbit was in Papa's Preppers and Patriots last night. Yeah, I had it playing because I try to give Papa's watch hours and stuff. Rabbit is being shadow banned by YouTube. You may have to mod him again for him to show up if he's not showing up here with you. Okay. Yeah, he'll. It still takes, I think, Rabbit about another hour before he comes dragging in. What's up, Redneck Prepper? I'm sorry, brother. I just now saw you. Okay, got you, Savage. I just read up and read that. Sorry, I was trying to keep up with everybody. Morning, Blackbird. Set time, make it a great day run. All right, Coffee. Keep your head on a swivel, man. And help somebody smile. You're good at that. Trying to make sure I didn't miss nobody. Okay, I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I'm going to go ahead and I'll spit out the deal. So good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it's working for you. And then what? Lee Smith had no choice. He was live last evening with there again. Because I never get up this early for anyone. Well, thank you, Scott Dive. Man, I just, there's going to be so much negative and there's so much anxiety, stressful stuff that just tries to keep people wound up. I just figure I try to start the day off with, you're capable of doing anything that you put your mind to. You can figure out a way, and you need to be part of the solution, not the problem. So it's like, if you call it encouragement, motivation, whatever you fall under, but it's getting involved. They've taken over the school systems because we stopped looking at school boards and we stopped holding them accountable and replacing them. They took over cities and towns because we stopped paying attention. And as people kind of get that self-accountability and go, oh yeah, it's kind of like, that's why I really wanted to show the interview with Brandon Herrera. The dude lives down there. It's not some outside source that's just talking about it. He saw what's going on in his district, which is that whole area stretch along the border right there. That's his district. And he saw what was going down and he decided, hey, you're not standing up like we want you to. And so he said, okay, well, I do this, but I'm going to go ahead and do this. It's kind of like when Langley was talking about it. It's like, I didn't think I'd end up be doing Second Amendment laws, but he wants to keep people on the facts, on the point. And so that's why they do those. And I get it. Adapt, improvise, and overcome. There you go, Savage. What's up, Hutch? Being part of the problem is where the fun is, though. Well, I used to think that till about the second time that door shut behind me. And then I was like, damn, I don't know. Which version of fun was better? I kind of like this version of fun. What's up, Eric? Morning, morning. Because you get stuff and you click on this and people talk about the algorithm and the big bad YouTubes and all that. But when you think about it, if you don't focus your brain, you're subconsciously going along with it anyway. Because if you pull up your YouTube and you just kind of stay within that bubble that you're used to going click and click and click, you're just staying in the same mud hole. So you're not climbing out. You're not hearing anything different. And that's why I want to talk about things that are going on that can be worked on. It's like this border thing. Yeah, you can get hung on the whole, well, the conflict. Well, I don't know. Like down here, I know people around here are starting to talk about, it's like, hell, the sheriff came out yesterday morning to talk to the area out here, a bunch of the property owners around this area of the county, because we were talking about shit that's going on. And I get it. It's different. So sometimes maybe the way I say things, that's not what correlates with where you're at. And so it's my apologies. I'm not trying to. I guess I need to try to learn to talk to the world in a way, because not every area is the same. While, and I said this before, we can talk about the alarm goes off. I get out of bed, I get ready for work, and I stop by the little store to get me some breakfast, and then I go to my job. All those steps sound like the same across the board. People do that. Yep. However, my trip to the little store, it might be 14 miles through farm market roads. Yours might be 3 blocks down the street from you. And so the actual details to that is what changes. And I think it's the same thing with all this. Exactly, Hutch. When you see somebody doing shit and you don't do anything, you're no different. It's part of you gotta, and I get defensive sometimes, and I get real passionate, I guess is the new word to describe getting pissy. We dressed it down to where we're passionate. It's like, yeah, man, there's passion, but then there's also just pissiness. And yes, I get pissy because I get defensive. But then I've been through the recovery side of things. I've been through the ex-con side of life, and, running my name, treating me weird and all that stuff. But I pushed through it. I went through that. And so when I hear this, I don't know. I just don't do good with quitting. I'm just not a quitter, And I'm not saying that other people are. That's just how it translates in my head when I hear can't. For me, I was a kid that grew up with the saying, can't, never could, never will. You don't entertain the idea if you can't. You just got to figure out a way. If you can't go through it and you can't go over it and you can't go around it, well, damn it, go under it. I mean, there's a way. And it's like this. I guess that's where I got it. At first I was all pissy, and Indy could even tell you back in the day when the right man, son, she could even tell you there were times I'd be throwing tirades and shit around here. I'd talk with her going, yeah, I just can't believe it. But then at one point you kind of realize it's like a relapse, and you go, wait a minute. Because I realized that the other night, I let some negative shit get in my head, and it kind of went in there and stirred. And then I kind of realized that I've been just letting too much of the negative worldly shit get in my head. And what's up, D-Dog? People get upset with your words. You don't need to change. They need a helmet because life is tough. This is true. Well, no, but And I understand what y'all mean, because I'm not apologetic in a way that I think my views are wrong. I'm just apologetic, and sometimes I might say things too brash or too harsh for just anybody that listens, because not everybody, some things just kind of hit people, you know. But I just found myself kind of really, man, after that little encounter, I was like, I let that shit get in my head, and I was like, ooh, man. And then I realized, like, wait a minute, do you realize I just let the very thing I know I'm fully aware of it, and I let it get off in there and live, and I'm like, why would I do that? And I just didn't I didn't catch it, and so I just try to correct myself. And I've tried to explain this before, so there's going to be people that they don't, I don't even know what this dude's even talking about, and that's fine, because I think I did delete the first 50 videos I did, because I was fixing to delete the whole database. But everything I've done's up unless YouTube took it down, except for the first 50 episodes now, and that's because I went click on the whole column. But backwards is a quitter. Oh, Lord. But you've had a long everybody. I've not been around. Yeah, well, that's it. Twisted. How's things been going? How's the kiddos? Did a relapse or something there? Or? Yeah, it was kind of hard, Scott. I ain't blaming, because hey, man, it's, I've realized that's why I'm not doing the arguing thing. I've realized now there's an energy out there that it's not a debate to become knowledgeable. It's a debate because, well, the negative energy just likes to generate more negativeness. And so you do that with anger and anxiety and tension and stress. And do you create that not by going, hey, what are your thoughts on this, D-Dog? Oh, that. Well, that's funny, because I was always thought this, and this, and then kind of go there. Instead, it's the screaming and the loud, and it's because then it starts to generate that negative energy that can just change the dynamics. I know, right? Savagely, that's chicken with the head cut off, man. Coming up on Y2. What are we going to do? Oh my God, all the computers are going to shut down. Oh my God, banking's going to stop. It's going to be the end of everything. And then 2000 midnight, and 1 minute later rolled by, and it was like, wait, the clock's adjusted. What? It's like, yeah, so the computers didn't shut down. Oh, wow. And then now we're 24 years later, and it's just another version. Panic and stress, man. It's easy to tap into because everybody's got something in their life, whether it's burnt pancakes or a low front tire on the car, or the mower don't start, or the dirty damn diaper at 2:40 in the morning, kind of thing. Everybody's got issues, because that's just life. And so what is the bad of things do? It taps into all that. It tries to make sure and enhance that, hit the nitro button on some of that stress, wind you up, get you all wound up. I mean, it's like, that's why I find, I mean, look at all this, the stuff that just gets allowed to exist on YouTube, but yet stuff that is factual, like you go into the damn, I don't know, CDC.gov website, and you happen to show that on the screen going, no, look, their own data says it right there, and the whole channel gets shut down. But then you go over here. Now, this guy just spent the last 5 months every day, 10 hours a day, telling you about Nasera or the Q stuff or the Rothschilds or Illuminatis or flipping ass aliens or whatever. But that just stays there. But this is all accurate, on the point thing. But yet this just showed a picture of a database that was their database, and they shut the channel down. And so I don't know, man. Stuff that used to be entertaining, it's not entertaining anymore. That's why I told the missus, I said, shit, man, I used to you'd sit around and talk about all the myths, the chupacabra or the Dido or the Bigfoots or the wolf dogs or whatever, and it was a cool sitting around a campfire kind of ghost story stuff. And now you get screamed at if you don't believe that. It's like you don't just kind of get to go, oh, instead it's like, no, you are wrong, you're stupid, you just don't know, you haven't, it's like, what? So it ruined all that shit. And so that's, I don't know. I'm just, and by the way, I'm doing okay. A little bit better, actually, I guess you could say, Mrs. Meadow. I'm sorry you had asked. She's doing a little bit better. She had a good conversation last night with one of his kids. And they found out some pretty cool news. So it's been God works in funny ways. We can't begin to understand. A lot of people think they have it all down, and it's like, no, you don't. But whatever. Out of nowhere, man. So, everybody was kind of in that moment, and they were like, down, and people started calling them and going, hey, we just wanted you to know, but your dad used to always come by, and they found out that every week when he would go pick a check up from the mill for the logs and stuff, he would go cash that check, and then he would go buy this prescription medicine for these people and take it to them. He would take, when they would clean up, do the garden and stuff, he would take like bushels of the veggies and stuff to a couple of different families. And come to find out, and I stand corrected, it wasn't the livestock that he was going to check on that night. He was going to check on a family down the creek from them and see how they were doing, because the creek was coming up and stuff. And so that's what got him out. And they just overwhelmed with all the positive things. They weren't even aware of all the shit that he had been doing, just nature. I'm gonna swing by here and here. Here's you some groceries. Here, I'll stop by and pick up those medicines for you needed. No, you can't. And that's just, I don't know. That's the shit I like in my head. And so it really helped that family. And she found out about that. So it really kind of helped with that. And so that was pretty cool. Tomorrow's the funeral. It's the viewing and the funeral. So it was pretty cool to hear that. You just came in, they were down because nobody could figure out what the hell were you even doing out there, in the middle of the storm and late at night. What the hell? And then they thought it was the livestock. It's like, oh, damn night, you're going to go check on livestock. What kind of shit was that? And they find out, no, it wasn't. He was going to check on some people. And then the people that he had been doing this for the longest time just started coming out of the woodwork going, oh, man, we just wanted to tell you what a blessing. Matter of fact, he was in the process of filling a firewood order for a customer, and they still had like a cord and a half of wood to finish splitting for this customer. The kids, I think she said yesterday or day before yesterday. Yeah, they finished up that cord and a half wood and took it to the customer. And then they left a cord sat right there, and the kids said, yeah, that cord of wood will sit there. Sorry, 1 minute.
Two, three. Give me just a minute. No need to be unkind. Even I got a limit. One problem at a time. Yeah, these hills are getting high. on glowing. Yes, I am. I'm the darkness reaching for daylight. I'm a spring that needs to unwind. I'm a wreck, but everything's alright. Just as long as I medicate my mind. I'm the darkness reaching for daylight. I'm a spring that needs to unwind. I'm a wreck, but everything's alright. Just as long as I can medicate my mind. Medicate my mind. Yeah. Hey,
Sorry, kind of zoned out for a minute. Hey, Bass Girl. Greetings from New Zealand. Right on. Well, welcome aboard. Welcome to the Cluckin Alamo. It's where we get shit done. Kiss off. I sent you an email if you did want. Still wanted to come up and talk to everybody. Hutch, I sent you one too if you wanted to. Wasn't sure. There we go. Mom's doing better, but she is still at the hospital. What? Water and damn it. See, man. Well, D-Dog, I mean, I'm glad she's doing better. I just, man, that damn water around the lungs and the heart and shit. But I'm glad she's doing better. Blackberry Smoke, Bass Girl. Bass Girl, not sure. Works that way for both for me down here. I'm just a redneck in the woods, so that's either bass or bass. Got a little thump or a little fish. But it was Blackberry Smoke. Coffee pots on the last little bit of coffee. Sometimes I cheat and throw a little bit more water back in the tank. I feel like I've hammered out too much, and I'm like, damn, I don't want to make a whole nother pot. Nothing wrong with them. Coffee grounds still got something in them. So we'll go with the Bass Girl. Bass Girl. There we go. Forgive me if I slip up because I still could do it. It's early on a Monday. Bass Girl. I'll get it there. All righty. Boom. What's up, Kiss Off?
Nothing. Behave. I am.
Well, yeah, doing pretty good.
You all right?
Yeah. It's kind of, and so I don't know. This is probably not the appropriate place to ever say this. I never thought I would because I've never been in this position, but because this is to the world. So don't read more into what I'm fixing to say. You would either you need to talk to me if you have questions, or you just need to get to know me. But
Okay, I have a question.
so him, and I'll talk low because I try not to stir this up for her. But see, the loss of him doesn't hit me. It's not that I don't care. I do. I've been there, done that. What the part that'll get me and that strikes me deep, and that's the emotional part for me, is what it does for her. And then that's the connection. It's with other people. I mean, people go, this is what we do. We're only here for a little while.
That's right.
And so this is what happens. That's just and in my previous and what I used to do, I've been there, done that, seen that. It's okay. I get it. But with her, it's different because this is my job. My job's to be the support for my spouse. This is my family. So I'm the caretaker. So I have to wear this burden.
Yes, you do. You're the man.
And so that's the part that's hard for me to deal with this particular incident. If anything else, it is what it is.
Well, that's with Chuck. A lot of things go on that nobody knows about, but he's the rock. I might have the mouth and I might try to direct him, but he's the rock.
You think you got a mouth? Really? What would ever give you that idea?
People tell me that. I don't know why.
I don't know where they get that idea.
But we're point blank. Instead, I grew up in a garage, and people in there were swearing when I was 13 years old. I could outshoot you in pool, and I could outdrink you at 13. Cheers.
Dang.
Hey, Rescue.
Ma'am.
I'm sorry about him, but you ever need anything, let me know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Other than that, I just wanted to tell you hi.
It's a Monday. I don't know.
Well,
I was trying to play around with some graphics because I'm trying to figure out how to kind of do a layout where, I don't know, trying to figure out what to do with the channel. Because to be quite honest, just getting up here and sharing, that's only good for a little bit, because then I have to make a decision. I'm either going to be honest, or I'm going to be, kind of a etiquette honest. Because if I'm honest, then all I do is piss people off, because that's all that ever happens. Because you just
but you can't be honest on here.
Well, there's I hate to say politically correct kind of, because now they've polluted all that, but there's this little etiquette version of honesty where it's like, I don't have to actually tell you.
Right.
I could just let shit go. And
There's
because it's a trickling effect, so if whatever that's one thing I'm realizing is I don't want to have a negative impact. So I don't want to have an issue with you, and then I just use this like this is a living room. Like, just let me tell you all about the problem with Kiss Off. Because then it's like, well, all I'm doing is just creating, because it's all, everybody kind of hangs here, and so I don't, because I didn't come into this with a news channel. I actually my channel grew almost instantaneously because Ron Dangerous Freedom passed away, and then there was this weird little shithead that tried to partner up with Zach and kind of took advantage of Zach and ended up bringing it down. Everybody just kept going, Rescue, you got to go live. So then with Indy and Brand, I was like, so what is it? I download this. Okay, now let's see. You've got a camera. So go live, click. And next thing I know, there were people here. So I got to get a thing. And I think I just want to focus on the news. I want to focus on the positive side of things. It's not the news as in, but the news is in like that Brandon Herrera interview, encourage people. You got to be part of your solution.
You
know,
do.
can't be
You
part of
do. You
Todd,
do.
hey, Rescue, I don't know.
You have to be there. YouTube is so weird. It's not the real world because you don't know who you're dealing with. It's not the real world because you don't know how they live. YouTube is real weird. I love the people. I do. I love the people, but you don't know what they're going through. You really don't. So the positive side, I love your channel because you're positive. You don't scream it in their ear. We're all going to die. I get so tired of hearing that because it blocks out the hope, the faith, the positivity. And if you don't have that in your life, you are not going nowhere.
Yep. Morning, Greta. Morning, Moonchild. And
I learned that a
morning,
long
Todd.
time ago.
So Todd said, hey, Rescue, I don't know if you remember me, but I just wanted to let you know that my son, Mikey, is now 15. His birthday was yesterday, bro, and his birthday wishes to win his 3rd championship, bro. Todd, shoot straight with you, brother. I don't remember, but that's beside the point. Happy birthday to your son. And I hope he wins his 3rd championship. So he has to race against the adults this year. Oh, wait a minute. That's it. I'm kind of remembering something. Morning Unknown races go-karts. Yeah, see, I kind of remember. I'm sorry, Todd. I don't fully remember, but there's little firing off going off in the brain going, that's right. There was somebody in there, kid does the go-kart racing and stuff. Hey, I got brain damage, so I do have like legitimate excuses. I try not to use it much, but I've taken a few licks up there and I'm still here. But that is cool. So yeah, hey man, prayers for strength and wisdom, and I hope he pulls it off too for the 3rd championship win. Matter of fact, Todd, what you can do, Todd, if he does, if you don't mind, here's my emails on the screen. If he wins his 3rd championship, send me a picture or just send me a picture of whatever he gets. If you take a picture of him racing, I'll gladly show it up here if you don't mind. Got in a bad wreck. That's right, down See, I'm trying to, yep. I can remember. I'm actually regretting not remembering more. Right, Elizabeth? Little drain damage, getting old. All of a sudden, there's just these gaps. And
Rescue.
Ma'am.
I know you don't draw, but did you try Paint Shop Pro?
I used to.
Well, I know I don't draw. I don't, but I do still pictures. And I do add to them on Paint Shop Pro to make it mine. But you ought to try that because I tell you, it might be a good thing for you to relax.
Well, I don't know if staring at this screen more is going to make me relax.
Give me a cow.
I need to get me I'm going to get a little slab out there next month. And when I get a little slab underneath that carport, then it won't make a shit if it rains or not. I can still go out there and do something.
Yeah, give me a cow.
No, I don't need a cow. You need a cow. You're the one that's close to Sophie. Then you can get direct instructions. You can get direct hands-on education. There's no point in doing this over distance.
I'll learn about them teats. You make a good little farmer.
No. In case, how many farmers have you seen tending to the farm in a fucking electric chair? Okay, so let's just get real.
Wow. How many fucking people did we see build a chicken coop in a chair and put up a flagpole? I wouldn't know.
Hey, I had help with the coop. It took the 2 standing people to finish putting the roof on it because everybody was freaking out about my little pulley hitch thing. So,
Well, Chuck said nobody said you have to do it by yourself.
oh yeah. Well, damn, he should have one of those. So he should be wearing one of those, Todd, from the beginning. Hell, even in football, you get the neck ones to keep you from bouncing too far over to your pads.
Hey, feel free to hit that timeout button, buddy.
Oh, well, this one here is a little different. I just go, look at that big bright blue button as I hover over it and it says remove. It's just such a simple little button to click on, remove.
I'll make it happen, brother.
You want me to put you out? Is that what you're trying to say? So what, you done?
Oh my God, my life would end, wouldn't it?
It would all be over. It would all be over.
How am I gonna handle it?
You can't breathe unless I tell you. So what would
Hey,
you
I
do?
breathe underwater. Now I'm gonna let you go. I wanted to be up here with you. If you need anything for you and the missus, you let Chuck and I know.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything at all.
Will do. I
Okay.
appreciate you very much.
All right, baby. I love you.
Love you too. Kiss off. Oh,
Oh,
look at there.
here is the baby.
Had to come say hi.
That's River.
Man, getting big.
Yeah, too big. What the hell did I do?
I know. There were little bitty old handful of things. They're not no more.
Yeah, but I will let you go, and I love you with all my heart.
Yes, ma'am. Love you too, big sis.
Bye, baby.
I appreciate everything. And I can tell you she does too.
That's good, baby. You stay strong for tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Bye, honey.
Bye, ma'am. Morning, Bug Out Adventures. Here, I'll do you this way. Bam. I have to do her that way. I don't think she knew how to do it. Hey, John. What's up? See what? Okay, what I missed. And I will say a prayer. I've been trying to rent too. It's not easy. I'm okay. Oh, Miss Elizabeth's talking. What? Oh, well, that's why I would think that they'd have the rules. My favorite Ron Troll was I got. Oh, look at there. We got Hutch back here. What's up, man?
That's right, Kiss Off. You get back in chat where you belong. What's up, y'all?
Oh, man. What a weekend. Give it just a little bit, Todd, if you don't mind. I got you, brother. I ain't shooting you off. I'm kind of going slow as of right now. I've got just family stuff, so I keep things on this chill level.
What are we talking about this morning? I got about 30 minutes or so, and then I got to go get ready to go to Publix and things.
Oh Lord, dude, for me it was just trying to take my mind off of that and just kind of getting a break in a way. Don't want that to sound bad to nobody, so don't think it's like, oh my God. But like I said, the actual event doesn't have an impact on me. Been there, done that. That's not it. It's just with her, and to be honest, I just need a break. So this is kind of like a little break this morning. I just try to keep that down. Don't want to hurt no feelings.
Cool beans. Can I make a request for the chat just in case somebody's lurking? Can we get everybody in chat to say one thing about Backwoods, good or bad? It doesn't matter. Just say one thing about Backwoods. Let's see if we can conjure him or summon him in some kind of way by overusing his name.
I don't know. Y'all got anything to say about Backwoods?
Unless y'all are scared to say something about Backwoods. I'm just saying.
Oh, wow.
Well, I mean, you could say multiple things. Let's just start it as a
Michigan.
one.
Check this out. Okay. See if you ever heard of this, because I don't know, man. I'm the newbie with the chicken thing. So,
Sure.
But we're going to throw this out there to the other people that have been doing this for a little bit. So Michigan says, rescue chicken question. I have a chicken who randomly just bloated. I don't know if it's a blockage or what. Any suggestions, or should I just off it?
Does it have an egg stuck up in it? Sometimes
Is it
I've
that
heard
like
that the egg
happen to new ones?
won't come out?
Oh yeah, what do? I guess do they just get them stuck in there, and what do you do? The Heimlich on reverse?
I've seen
shit.
something to where if they're having a problem pushing an egg out, then you can kind of give them like a hot/warm water bath to kind of
Relax them.
loosen things up a little bit. Yeah, I've seen some videos on some stuff like that, but as far as the technical shit, I couldn't tell you.
I'd never heard that, but I mean, now that it's kind of, when you said the egg thing, I'm like, okay, well, I guess yeah, because dude, I gotta say, in the beginning, dude, they spit out, like two of them spit out these little marble looking quail egg looking things. Sometimes there's been a couple that seem like they're elongated more, and then some will be more. It's just, yeah, there's no set form, I gotta say, to just having chickens do their shit naturally. Yeah,
Right.
It does not match up to this. It really makes you, I got to tell you what's really dawned on me. I mean, I knew there was a difference because you go with the whole egg farm and the whole store bought things. But dude, after a little while, you realize, you go, wait a minute, man. I've been collecting these eggs for a few months now, and they're never the same. But yet, no matter, whenever you go to the store, they're all identical. And it's like, this is starting to freak me out now, because it's like, damn, dude. That's some weird shit. Uniformed eggs, but that's not natural. Was a layer I haven't laid in a couple of days that I know of. I'll try the bath. If not, she's going to chicken head.
Right. I know I've seen a couple videos on it, and I'm pretty sure it was for stuck eggs, because they'll, you know what I mean? Sometimes they just won't pop out, especially if you're getting some of that cold weather too. Shit, you know, it might be kind of hard to stretch the O-ring enough to push it out, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Just trying to see my figure Lady Smith. It probably. Okay. We'll try that again in a minute, though, Michigan. I think we had intersecting questions with so veritable answers. Say something about Backwoods. and a chicken that ain't laying eggs, and all of a sudden it's like, well, because we got backwood comments, but then there's some chicken comments, and it's like, I don't, that's, hey, morning, Grumpy. Store-bought eggs equals selective packaging. Well, and man, it's just so weird because I got to notice, and it's like even when I was candling those eggs, and you kind of realize that it's like, man, I go out there. Oh, by the way, dude, I swear to God, I had a moment. And I know, and that's fine. You can just not believe me because no, I was stupid and did not take a picture or record it. So yes, I can't back it up. But all I can say is this really did happen. So I know it did. So y'all have heard me complain about this one goofy little shithead that I've got that likes to lay eggs up on top of the roosting bar underneath the shitting platform. And I had to reach up there and get it. Yeah, well, this chick's done gotten talented now. Homegirl actually laid the egg. I shit you not. I swear to God, all I can say is you're not going to believe me, but all I'll tell you is this is a God's honest truth, dude. So the roosting bar sits across like this. The flipping ass egg was standing on its end, sitting on the top of that bar, and it had like a little bit of turd is what was sticking it to the top of that pole. It was so balanced, dude. I didn't even know how to get it out. I'm like, shit, dude, if I touch it, this is fixing to fall over and crack. I had to go get the rake, and I stuck the rake in underneath the roosting bar, and then I took one of the fingers and I twisted it and tipped it over, and then I spun it to catch it so I could bring it back out. I walked in and I told her, and she goes, you didn't take a picture? And I'm like, well, no. Damn, that's what I should have done. Nobody's ever going to believe that. Yeah, dude, it was literally, it's a closet dowel rod is their roosting bar, and it was literally poking, standing straight up on the roosting bar. Wasn't on its side or not. It was literally on the end. And I'm like, you got to be shitting me. And she did it on the farthest end of the roosting bar. It's like, oh, you shithead, dude. You have no idea. You better hope too many of these don't hatch as hens because somebody might be going into chicken sandwich mode. She's getting ornery, man. It was already getting a little nerve-wracking. She kept dropping them up there. I stopped cleaning the shit tray out as much so that then that way it would have a little cushion and at least I could still save them because I broke like the first three until like, okay, I'm not cleaning this for a little while. Now she's like, oh, well, fine. If I can't do that, I'll watch this. And all of a sudden did the balancing act on the damn thing. And it's like, yo, no, this ain't playing.
I'm not sure if I want to do chickens again this year or not.
Okay, so one thing I got it told, Michigan, if you're still here, brother, the person had never seen a chicken bloat being egg bound, because if they're egg bound, then they'll stand funny apparently. But bloating could be impacted from the crop or some kind of sour crop, so it could be a bloated inside. Where apparently if you're bloated by an egg, then they're going to stand funny. But if it's just bloated, then it could be the feed, something with some sour feed or something.
Sup, Rabid? Original Rabid? See, you got your stuff working.
Rabbit in the house? And he's still got his little, he's still
about 10 or 15 up.
Yeah, there he is. Okay, he's still blue. Let's see.
The boy's talking about getting chickens in his little yard next year. But I think I might do a couple turkeys and hold off on the chickens to try to get things a little bit better. I want my garden done more than I want the livestock at this point.
You know, something been. I thought about lamb.
Grumpy said put some apple cider vinegar in the water. It helps with digestion.
There you go. So if it would be like the feed thing, then that would be a good counter to it. Clean them out. My background on my wall. Are you talking about my actual wall or are you talking about the stream background? I mean, that's not a green screen. Some people have actually went, oh, it's a cool green screen. It's like, it's not. I mean, hell, I actually did the egg candling yesterday right there on the desk. So. I'll refrain from trolling with the visual in my head. Oh Lord. How often do you change your poop trays out and replace this stuff? I have like some wood chip stuff I change out every 10 to 12 days. Well, actually, Savage Lee, what I did with mine is inside that coop, I put the roosting bars. So the roosting bars go across the corner of it like this. And then what I did is I built the shit tray at an angle like that too. And then at the very end right here is the width of a 5-gallon bucket. So what I can do is I stick a 5-gallon bucket underneath that tray, and then I take the handle raker and I reach up here and I can rake the poop all back. And I've got a little board on the edge of that platform, so I can rake the poop to that 5-gallon bucket and just bloop, and then I pull the bucket out, take it down there, and dump it in the compost. So they sit diagonal inside the coop, the roosting bars, and then underneath is a little wider, and then at a same angle. And I used to clean the damn thing out. Hell, I was trying to hook the little shitheads up. I would try to keep that thing clean just about every couple of days until the one little heathen shithead decided to get up there and start laying eggs up there, and it kept hitting that hard plywood going crack. And I'm like, well, you shit. So then finally I said, okay, well, fine. I'll clean you about once every week or once every 2 weeks. I ain't losing eggs over this little shithead. And she done pissed me off. I done told her yesterday going, that's it. You know what? And I even said it, I think, on the stream the other day. I'm about reaching the part where I'm fixing to make me some little 1 inch or 1.5 inch tall blocks. And I'll put little posts on the floor of that damn thing. It's like, there, y'all want to get up off the floor? That's as far as you're getting. I'm saving my eggs. Damn it. That's the only reason y'all are here. What's up, Avoid? Miss Dusty.
Live chat, people. All messages.
So what's your take on the whole border thing? Where are you at?
I don't know. I'm 50-50. I don't have a definite, it's this way or this way about it. It could be a J6 psyop. It could be a Boston Tea Party situation. It could literally go either way. I just know I'm not confident in either way to be like, fuck yeah, I'm going to Texas right now. You know what I mean? It's one of those hurry up and wait type situations.
Well, and to be honest, man, this is going to sound like taken out of context in a hardcore way, I'm sure, but it's not that people need to come down here. What they need to do, so I'm going to go with you kind of like a J6, but I don't think it's a J6 like a setup in the same way, just because, well, that was Washington, and that's Nancy and Mitch McConnell's little playground, so they get to set the rules. Where down here, this is kind of like, you don't really get to set no rules down here. This is Texas, and this is how we roll. So that sheriff in that county gets to kind of, as long as he ain't flipping switch, then all good.
But I mean, it could just be
people need to go to their capitals,
false flag. If they throw J6 in and then they throw Texas in, if a whole bunch of people show up to fucking Texas, then they could be like, oh my God, this is some kind of fucking insurrection 2.0 that's carried on from J6. Then they're already tie the two together. Then they can say, "Oh, look, it happened in this side of the country. Now it happened in the middle of the country. It's a national problem. It's a fucking epidemic of people trying to rise up. So we need to lock it down." You know what I mean? Like, literally anything is on the fucking table right now.
Well, that's why I think the rhetoric's important. That's why it's getting onto that, because they're doing that already on Twitter. Already, they're showing pictures. And they're doing the whole white supremacists are already trying to, prevent, the immigration. And so there's already a few posts you can go see on Twitter that are already starting that spin, But see, that's where I personally think, I mean, people, if you want to come, you can come down, I know that convoy, according to the lady behind it, it's all to go and raise awareness in that. Because the media is not telling nobody nothing.
Right.
And so unless you literally go watch it, you don't think it's happening, because most of the people, it's just like right now, you can go on Twitter, dude, and there's so many counters to that crossing. It's like you're supposed to ignore those 5,000 people that everybody saw pictures of that were in that field. Remember the orange deals and all those people? That was Shelby Park. That was why that's important, because that was 5,000 right then. And they were already estimating another 7,000 on top of them. So in one day, by daylight, that was going to be 11,000 people through that park. That's why Shelby Park was important.
Right.
But you already see people going and going, it's not real. They're not, this is all that border stuff. It's all bullshit. It's not really happening. Look. And then they're showing you pictures of like the empty fields and like a gate open that's 5 miles down. What they're not telling you is the river is extremely deep and current is very strong right there. And that Border Patrol is drone trafficking that. Christy Nomez even said it out open that she sent the damn, what is she, South Dakota? She sent their choppers down there to go fly patrol.
That's what I was telling someone the other day. I was like, there's literally 1,000 reasons why those gates would still be unguarded and unprotected. There's, you know what I mean? Like it's the Eagle Pass, Eagle Port, whatever the fuck it is. Like that's the focus. It's more symbolic than it is fucking square footage. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, and now had the staging areas. Matter of fact, there's a dude, JLR. I think I saw Yankee over in that chat the other day. Some people have watched it. It's a JLR investigates or something, but it's a dude. He went down there and he's got his tripod staged up outside the National Guard. You know, we're there at Eagle Pass, and but he took walking down the street, dude. And if you kind of watch, see this once again, it's sometimes you don't always need to look at exactly what they're trying to show you. Look at what's in the background. And so, like, as he's walking and showing you that, well, if you'll notice, right across the street from that fence is a warehouse that has vehicles all outside that have trailers and vehicles packed full of clothes and kid toys and all this stuff. And you go, what? It's because in that city right there, that's where these liberal fucks have all stationed up. And they were, if you can just, all you got to do is come through that gate. Once they get you here, we're going to get you. So that was a hub. That's why that was important. It's not that it's a solution, one all be all, but I think what's important is for people to go to their capitals and get your state to start backing it and doing the bills. Right now, dude, they're trying to pass a Senate bill right now. This bipartisan bullshit. Yeah, well, in the back end of that bipartisan bill, what they're really doing is they're going to agree to let 5,000 a day in. And it's like, wait a minute, what kind of deal is that? You know, that's like 1 point something million a year. We're just, yeah, we can come to terms, you know. And matter of fact, the Brandon even brought up during his little thing is, it'd be like taking the mass shootings going, okay, you know what? Y'all want to deal with the gun violence. Okay, how about this? Anything over 40 victims, we'll call that a mass shooting. And like, who would want to take that? Who would accept that? But yet, and so you got to watch, dude. How many of these senators are fixing to get emails and phone calls from their constituents saying, don't you vote on that damn bill? We don't need 5,000 a day in this country.
Right.
I bet you not many.
You say it's not about the square footage. It's about the stance that he's taking is how I'm looking at it. It's, you know what I mean? It's not really affecting numbers of people coming across, but it's the fact that he's taking the first step to stand up because nobody fucking else has. So, you know, it's, I don't look at it as it's supposed to be this big giant thing, but if it turns into something, then cool. But it's one of those things. It'd make no point for private citizens to go down there right now unless you just wanted to hold signs or serve soup. That's literally your only two fucking choices. You're just gonna be sitting around doing nothing. You can't act. You can't do anything. You can't physically block the border. You know what I mean? So it's one of those. Nobody's called for militias yet. You know what I mean? So there's, other than a protest, there's really no reason to go to Texas. You know?
You can, you know, if you've got the time and the money and the means and you want to be part of the get the message out, then that's all cool. But because I will say, man, if I kind of zoom out and it's like, there's not going to be like a battle down there. You know, it's not like all these country illegals that are funneling through are all going to stand over there and then try to go, oh, well, if we can't come through the border crossings legally, then that's it. We're getting armor, we're getting weapons, and we're coming. There's not going to be that. What's going to be happening, and I think that's where they hit it. This is kind of it's a fight with the government, but it's through the courts. while the visual, the media side is the smoke and the mirrors to put on the
Right.
entertainment show, but it's a legal thing and it's a standing, and it's like they don't want to impeach him, dude. People want to impeach. Don't impeach him. You impeach him, Kamala's in there. You don't want to do that. Ain't no point. That's just wasted effort. Plus, it ain't going to go through the Senate anyway.
My shed.
What you do is you start fighting and you start laying the groundwork. Because once again, it's kind of like this. People can talk about Abbott 8 letters. There was a reason he was doing a format, because then when the end of the day, all the emotional shit is out the door. Legally, he followed everything to the letter of the law. And now we've executed the article, of our Constitution, and it's all legally backed. And so that really does mean something. What's up, Tony? What's up, Mad
I
Shad?
think, but see, the downside is obviously we'll get some fucking zealot down there with the long gun and create some kind of international incident by shooting over the fucking river into Mexico or some shit. You know what I mean? Or it could be a false flag to where if a group gets together, you get one fucking plant fed or blue hair in there, and then they start shooting. All of a sudden, oh, look at these patriots open fire. You know what I mean? There's so many things that could go wrong with that whole situation.
Kind of like the Patriot Guard show up down there.
Yeah.
I was sitting there walking in their khakis and all their not so hats and masks.
Because like you were saying, it's not going to be a fucking gun battle down. Where are they going to hide? You know what I mean? It'd literally be fucking standing in lines shooting at each other. It's open fucking land. There's nowhere to hide. It'd be a stupid place for a gun battle.
That's it.
Mm.
What's up, Carl? I saw somebody else. Miss Loretta, Miss Jane.
Huck, though, all right, say somebody is on the Mexico side of the Rio Grande, and you got some overzealous motherfucker on the American side. If he takes a shot and drops somebody on the Mexican side, automatically you've created an international incident. You know what I mean? That the government will have no choice but to get involved because there's Americans killing Mexicans on Mexican soil. You know what I mean? They'll act a lot more swift than America does for some shit like that.
That kind of happens already, just not in mass. So I don't want that to sound like, oh, this is, but
Right.
Like there's cartel exchanges that go down with some landowners down there, and there's been people that have been dropped at fence lines because.
Oh yeah, like it's normal, but this would be fucking vilified and posted across the entire world.
Oh yeah,
American shoots Mexican on Mexican soil. You know what I mean? It would be, yeah.
Matter of fact, they might even get a volunteer, kind of like the hammer dude, that went in there and knocked Piss Boy upside the head with a hammer. It's amazing when you looked into his backstory, he was one of them. And it's like, well, that's kind of strange, isn't it?
Well, that's because he owed him money for that freaky shit they were doing a couple days before.
See, and that's
you can't give your hooker a bounce check. You know what I mean? That's not how it works.
I think it's political. I think, and it's like the UN stuff, dude. That really should not be a shock and awe to anybody, to be honest. When you kind of zoom out to a certain point and you realize between the BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, then you look at that whole world, not just the World Economic Forum, but that whole world speech, everything gets directed to where, and I don't mean this so I got people here from other countries, and y'all know I love you, I appreciate you being here, you're part of the Alamo, but in a reality situation, other countries are not America's problem, but yet every time they're trying to change that narrative to where it's the world answer. We need to feed the world, we need to do the world. No, those countries need to tend to them, we need to tend to us, and it just kind of, you get lost in that. Well, that is the board, dude. It's kind of like when Walmart took over, and when the old man died and the corporations came in and took over, Walmart changed the dynamic. And I guess we see it down here because we can watch some of these franchises like our Sonic. Everybody talks about it now. It's totally lost business because our Sonic was family owned. And so it was ran from that man and wife team.
Their
And then he
standard, yeah.
died. She couldn't handle it all. She ends up selling it. Well, there's a corporation that owns these franchises a bunch. And then they said, hey, we'll give you this. She said, okay. The service totally changed. All of a sudden, all your fucking tots started getting weighed on the thing. And it's like, nope, you get 6 tots and a medium. That's all you get.
Right.
It changed the dynamic. Well, that's everything, dude, nowadays. You know, you can't even make a coffee cup. If you make a damn good coffee cup, I guarantee you some major corporation's fixing to come in and they're either going to try to buy you out or they're going to get their fucking little lobbyist troll fuckers in Washington to then go pass some regulation that is going to shut you down because you ain't going to be able to afford to keep up with that regulation. That's how they do this shit, dude. It's kind of like gangster style shit. It's like good old mafia shit, only now it's just on a corporation level. But that's what they did. The mafia went to corporations.
Yeah.
And they don't strong arm you by breaking
union.
your knees. They strong arm you by passing regulations and all these fucking rules that you can't afford to abide by. So you shut your doors. Ugh. What's up, Guardian? That's the world stuff, man. It's the love of money.
Man.
And I think that's why there's a directive, man. When you look at some of the others, you know, taking down your patriotism, your nationality, the successes, and you look at the chatter that goes. I will say there was a dude I stumbled across, and I'm going to cut his clip. I might try to do it for tomorrow's show. He's a nerdy dude, but I got to say he hit on these 3 little things and about how the disinformation stuff kind of happens, and he trickled it out. And I thought, damn, you know what? I need to clip that. I'm going to go back and find that. I think that'd be good, interesting info for everybody because he just kind of breaks it down. It's like, this is how easy it is. You know, it takes 2 minutes to release a story about something. It would take a year to undo that story once it gets out. It picks its own track.
Be able to do it completely.
And sorry, anybody I missed. So good morning, good day, good evening, good afternoon, wherever it's working for
Yeah,
you.
I'm just thinking we've still got what 9 months to go, roughly 8-9 months before everything catches on fire. So we see how quick shit can change in 2 months. The Texas thing, I think it's way too early in the year for it to be something huge, but what could come from it, you know what I mean, could lead to some shit. I don't think Texas is not the event of 24. I don't believe it's going to be a catalyst, but it's not going to be the big one. It's not going to be what everybody's expecting. You know what I mean?
All righty, Todd. Make it a good day, buddy.
Like Lady Smith, yeah, it's water's being tested.
Well, then
because at a certain point, if the Bidens lose the Supreme Court ruling on that shit, then they've got to come out with something new. They've got to keep getting more extreme and more extreme. You know what I mean? So I'm scared about what's going to be here in about July more than I'm worried about Texas at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's see. So Grumpy, careful, need to clarify business capitalism isn't the problem. The problem is the government injecting itself into the transaction. Yes, sir. But I also have to say, I think corporations are a problem. I'm not against capitalism. You know, if you produce something and then you charge X amount of dollars, that's cool. I think corporatization, to me, just in my dumbed down little redneck way of thinking, to me, a corporation ain't no different than a monopoly. In all honesty, because they get you, because that's actually what's forms this corporation is you reach out and your tentacles stretch out. And I think that's when, I don't know.
See, the issue I have, even with Trump, I'll use him as an example. He's involved in what, over 500 different companies, things like that. I think that's too much. I think that's way too much for a private citizen. I know you have the choice to do all that and everything, but once you start getting your fingers in that many companies, then you start changing the narrative to make them all work. You know what I mean? It's like you see with CEOs and BlackRock and Vanguard and all these other places. You know what I mean? You start as one and then you just start reaching out. As soon as you get enough capital and enough fucking companies under your deal, you kind of control the market because you can manipulate the price in this product to help inflate the price of shit of this product. You know what I mean? It's too much. I don't think people should be able to have their interests in so many fucking companies and shit. I think the stock market's a waste of fucking time and a big piece of shit. It's actually, I'm anti-stock market. I would be mad if we got rid of it. Take it back to personal responsibility with your money. Invest it in actual tangible fucking assets that you can physically hold and use. You know what I mean? Not just at the whim of how some politician wants to fucking change a restriction one day.
Well, it's the guy that did the radar gun. The guy that invented the radar gun waits a little bit and then releases the radar detector. And it's like, well, okay.
Right.
I mean, you get to, it just kind of, I don't know. I get you. Yeah. Cause if you're successful and, you become a company, that's okay. The problem is the corporations then try to stretch across borders. They try to stretch across the state lines. And it's not that you shouldn't sell products and do trade, but when you think about it, how good is your food when it gets centralized to a distribution before it gets then sent back out to all the stores across? Well, yeah, money wise, that's a good solid thing. That's a money maker. But for freshness and for health, and in reality, you should then have those dispersed. And you shouldn't be able, instead, they do that. Well, they squash the other people. It's kind of like people coming in buying up people's farmland and shit. If you buy a viable farmland, you should have to produce a farm on that. Then you shouldn't just be able to take good quality soil and then say, nah, we're just going to pour some concrete on it and call it a parking garage. I think but then I think the communities need to step up. It's kind of like when Arkansas, that chick stepped up when they looked into that property and realized that, wait a minute, no, you're from an outside source. Okay, well, y'all are going to shut that shit down. So you need to sell it off or do something, but you ain't doing that here. That's what needs to happen. We can talk
Grumpy,
about
I started the statement with saying I don't think it should be implemented, but that's how I feel about the subject. You know what I mean? I'm not saying boom, it needs to be this way. I know that it's taken away freedom. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I think it's fucking stupid. You know what I mean? I'm not saying take it away. I just don't like it.
It's just a greed thing to me. I mean,
Yeah.
because right now,
Like
right
I'd
now,
be wrestling with the thought to where if you put a cap on the American citizen, boom, you make $5 million. Boom, you're not allowed to make any more income. Some shit like that. $5 billion. You can't own any more businesses. You can't do anything. But you could put a caveat: if you make this amount of money, you don't have to pay taxes on it anymore. Since you're not allowed to work, you don't have to pay taxes on the stuff that you have reserved. You know what I mean? Like little things like that. I know it's not practical. It'll never happen. It takes away from freedom. That's obvious shit. But I'm just saying. Sometimes I think about that shit because a lot of that stuff would make things life a lot easier for other people. It would open up opportunities. I mean, because the same freedom you have to be in all these different companies is the same freedom you have to hire a fucking lobbyist and make all these other car companies, for example, Chevy, Ford, Dodge back in the day, they're the ones that went in because they had the big money and created all this lobbyist bullshit to stop the Duesenbergs, the Hudson, the other, you know what I mean? It's when you've got your hands in so much business, you can literally squash anybody else trying to come up behind you. And we literally see it throughout history.
Well, that's your politician, Hutch. I mean, we talk about Pelosi. She makes $180,000 a year, but she's worth millions. Right. Well, by that take with someone being successful, then I guess we could just say, then what are we griping about? She's learned to do the system and became successful. To me, you got to have boundaries to stuff. And there's a prime example is that kind of they're in the power seats. They can do things and they do it to their benefit. That's not successful business to me. Successful business is I produce this product, I put it out there, I advertise, it's a good enough product that people will then help promote my stuff. I now end up building more. Then I end up having to hire somebody to come help me build this. Now I hire 4 people to help me produce this. I'm marketing, I'm advertising, people are talking about me because I'm building a solid product. And if I end up with a plant that hires 1,500 people that produces thousands of these, then there you go. But I'm not squishing anybody in order to get there. This is my production. That's a successful business. But to go, man, you know what? I make a half-ass chair. What I need to do is I'm going to go over there and fucking cut that dude's electricity off so he can't make a better chair. He'll have to be fighting electric problems. I'm going to fuck with his plumbing. Now he's got to always deal with leaks. He ain't got time. Now people will buy my shitty chair because he ain't got time to make the better one. That's not successful business. That's chicken shit, mob style stuff. That's what our
Well, I
government.
mean, it's just, you say the same thing with Tyson.
Yeah.
7 different companies made underneath the Tyson roof, and they're all made the exact same way. The only difference is they go in different bags and have different prices when they hit the store. Yet they're the exact same fucking product. You know what I mean? Like that kind of situation.
Because you should be successful on your own achievements, and it shouldn't come at the sacrifice of somebody else. That's not real success.
Right.
That's just eliminating your competition. Some years I'm successful, some years effing blow, but capital gain tax eats a lot of my stock profits. I know jack shit about stocks. I've just never been my thing.
I have zero interest in it.
Well, it's, to me, that's part of our problem. That whole Wall Street mentality. But then again, like I said, I'm not a good financer. You know, don't put me over a few $1 million, because all I'm going to do is make a bunch of motherfuckers happy. I ain't fixing to make no more money. So I'll give shit out faster than I'll keep it.
I hear you, Grumpy. I agree with you. I'm just, you know what I mean? We're just up here talking. I've always looked at the stock market as no different than going to the fucking casino, because there's no guarantee in any of it. The only difference with a casino is you know what I mean? You get bigger payouts. With the stock market, you're looking at what? If you can make 7 to 11% annually, you're like, I fucking won. You know what I mean? Sometimes you'll get big gains, but it's all fake. You know what I mean?
Dude, I think when you lose
That's the
things,
thing. For you to win in the stock market, that means that somebody else had to lose somewhere else. It's all just a big gamble. Yeah.
I guess you could win though if a company became successful. Because I don't really understand that, so I can't. I guess if you just did the successful company and then you put it up on the board, so now you had stocks, and then people bought your stocks and you actually became successful, then that would be benefiting. It's like everything else. You can write something down, but if you don't maintain that societal fabric, that moral compass, in case Bushido's listening, I want to give him a reason to take a drink. If you don't maintain that moral compass, then that's where it goes awry, because then it's open for interpretation. And there used to be a common agreement. You know, you didn't become successful at another person's demise. Now that's acceptable. Now it's actually even bragged about and encouraged in a way. Squash your enemies.
Yeah, that's the way you're supposed to do it. Yeah, step on everybody, lie, cheat, and steal, whatever you got to do to get to the top and stay at the top. I'm a firm believer of, I want everybody to reach the peak of that fucking mountain. Whatever the mountain it is in your head, I want you to reach it and then take your ass back down to make room for the people behind you. You're not supposed to live on the top of the mountain. You're supposed to hit it, and then you're supposed to come down and level out and just coast. You know what I mean? Enjoy your life. You're not supposed to try to, I'm king of the hill forever. You know what I mean? In my opinion, I'm just saying, me personally, right. I'm a big fan of letting people up behind you. You know what I mean? Like, I had my turn. Okay, boom. Now I'm going to go do this. And then let the next motherfucker come up and do what he's got to do. And just, you know what I mean?
That's it. Well, that's me, man. That's why I said, watch, I could have 40 chickens out here, and all I'm going to do is put a box out there by the road, and they can come by and get eggs. If you want to throw few bucks in the jar, do it. If you don't, I don't care. I just want you to eat regular food. I just would like to
Right.
help somebody. And if I could do it without putting me in a bind or taking away from my family, because that's what to me, that's what communities do. You got to take care of your own self. And then when you have an extra, you want to make sure that your neighbors kind of lift it up. You know, man, there's even a neighbor that I've gotten upset. I've screamed at them. I won't say we butted heads because they really never did anything back. I just kind of was like, "Rah," back in the day when they first moved up here. And to this day, dude, them people will come over and make homemade cookies. I try to give them eggs as soon as we build up a dozen. She takes a dozen over to them. So it slowly became to where you just want to help the next guy. It's not a matter about, do I like what he watches or what he listens to or what clothes he wears? Who gives a shit? I just want you to eat some good food. He wants us to eat some good foods. If we need anything, if they need anything, and you just kind of come to that. And it's amazing because some days you go a week without ever even talking, but that doesn't mean you're against each other.
Right.
And that's that little part I wish would trickle out into these cities, because I think that the cities are our big problem. We just lost work and care, but giving a shit about the next guy, dude. Damn.
See, like, and we've had this discussion before. I know I'm going to drop this. I got to go here in a minute, but we've had that discussion before. To at what point does a city become too big to where it needs to be separated? Like, should there be a limit on how many people one person can govern as far as a mayor and a city council? You know what I mean? Because I mean, if you look, you got what? How many millions of people live in New York City? That's one mayor that rules over all those millions of people. It's not practical. It makes no sense. So at what point should you say, okay, at a certain point you can have this many jobs and this many apartments inside city limits, and at that point, boom, it turns into a different city. You know what I mean? That way,
that one city controls that whole state up there. When you think about it, New York City runs New York State,
right?
Because of the numbers, and it's bullshit.
But see, and that makes no sense, because even if you separate it by the 5 boroughs, and you know, I mean, I know they all got their own things and shit, but there has to be some kind of
that limit. Would be more of a balance.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Because then they all get a say. And so if that's really what the majority of New York City wanted to do, then that would be a true, accurate statement. Instead, you have thousands of people right now that are protesting what's being done. Tens of thousands, actually, from the looks of it, because of the people getting kicked out.
I guess I'm thinking more of a city-state situation, to where at a certain point, if you reach a certain number, boom, you're your own state inside of your city limits. Like New York City, make it its own state. Make New York City itself the 51st state. That way, they only affect people inside of their state, city limits, not everybody else out in the fucking Adirondacks and Buffalo and Syracuse and all.
If you like that way of life, there you go. If you don't, it ain't some big thing to try to move.
Right? Because I mean, it would make more sense. It would be easier than secession if you think about it. If you told San Francisco and California, no, your city states now, you get 5 miles outside of where your city limits are right now, that's your state. Boom, fuck you. You don't tell us what to do out here in the Green Triangle and all these, you know, all these other places, shit like that. Chicago, you're your own fucking state. You don't get to tell Illinois what to do. You know, things like that. That would make sense. That way they can have their little communist utopia all they want inside those shitty ass cities, and nobody else gets affected on the outside.
See, it wouldn't be viable. That's why they'll never do that, because it won't be viable. Because the one thing about those cities always have to rely on the rural areas to survive, because you done stacked everybody up. It's kind of like if you own an acre and you pour an acre big slab, well, you're not growing shit in the soil. So what you're then going to do is you're going to have to reach out to the people that still have dirt to do your shit. Well, they just take over that. That's why they stack all them numbers up in there, because then they can control that shit outside their city limit sign, because they do it by passing these retarded bills and stuff.
Right. But see, a city state would eliminate that. They would have to actually make fucking interstate deals with these farmers and shit to make shit work. They'd have to be responsible for their own thing. You know what I mean?
What's up,
I mean, a lot of people would probably die and fall in the beginning until it got adjusted. But hey, sorry about your luck. Sometimes you got to break some eggs to make an omelet. You know what I mean?
Well, getting so comfortable, you gotta bounce off the bottom before you gotta lose some shit before you start to appreciate what you had. Sometimes people can get so complacent, kind of take what you got for granted. And then when you lose it, all of a sudden you can start to appreciate it a little bit more.
Right.
Maybe that's what people ought to see that's the message I wish, because that's what I got out of these past 7 years. The big message for me is that I did not, as a kid in school, I blew off history class. I blew off social studies. I blew off, the debate class kind of shit. I blew that kind of stuff off. I didn't see the importance. And I really didn't until the last 5 to 7 years. That's kind of when it really is sank. I'm going, damn, man, no, I should have. So that's a self-accountability. And I wish that's why I like with Brandon, that message. Got to realize that we got to do some self-accountability, realize we haven't been maybe being active. We haven't been chiming in. We haven't been sending our voices to those representatives. I didn't play an active part. But I didn't feel most of what everybody else felt around the country. It's like the COVID shit. We didn't. Lowe's, I think, was one of the most retarded things we had was the Lowe's, because they did the little yellow stripe things and had the little 2-foot plexiglass in front of the register when the whole damn Lowe's store is in the wide open. It's like, but I got it corporate. You got a policy. You got told to do this. You did it. Okay, cool. But like you didn't have nobody screaming at nobody because they didn't have a mask on. You really didn't. There were a couple of people that would drive around and they might make some little Facebook post like she had showed me, it's like, I can't believe this, people just were not wearing a mask, but nobody said shit. And like, we didn't get any of the riots, the protesting, none of that happens down around here. So I kind of had a secluded little existence, I guess, in a way, because I don't suffer that inner city turmoil. And it's kind of getting people to realize it's like, no, man, this is some good shit. It's just, we got to clean up where you're at. The whole world's not bad. The whole country's not bad.
Hey, I'm leaving. Good day.
Fine. Keep your head on a swivel. Going into hostile territory. But it's just because you just look, man, and I don't know. Because all I can really go off of is I kind of reflect back on my life, and I remember, doing the hockey and baseball, football, riding bikes, riding dirt bikes, skateboards. Yeah, I got in trouble, in and out of trouble. Yeah, things were crazy, and there were some rough times and weird times like the Y2K. But overall, man, shit. Hell, I've seen and done a lot in my life. I haven't been oppressed. I haven't been kept from doing anything. And then you just kind of hear all that talk of all that oppression and victimization. And I'm just like, man. And I guess ever since, I got in trouble. And when I decided to clean myself up and focus on a successful, positive life, I guess that was the catalyst for me. And so I don't see victimization. I used to hear so much of that. Being in prison, you hear how it's the system's fault. And it's like, damn, 95% of them people did exactly what they probably were accused of. But I just never looked at the poor me, the man's out to get me and shit. I just didn't do that. And recovering from drugs, I didn't blame the drug. I didn't blame anybody for causing it. I finally realized that, no, those were my decisions and I needed to stop making those stupid decisions. And I guess I come from a so simplistic viewpoint. It comes out as an asshat to a lot of people, but I don't. If you don't want to do something, then that's fine. I think people just have to own up to not wanting to do it. I do not want to do that. And then I will, whatever the consequences from that decision are. But it's like we make decisions, we don't think there's consequences to it. It's like, no, I don't think there should be any consequences to this decision. But there are. Every decision has a cost, whether it's positive or negative. decisions have a cost. It's where we're free to choose. You're just not free from the consequences of the choice. And there lies the trigger. And so I just, you know what, we gotta start really focusing on, like, okay, this is happening. So what can we do to the positive? How can we use the momentum? How can we fix shit? How can we get things back? Like me, how can I help get things back on track, you know? And so I think that Brandon Herrera had a real good point. Right now, with everything going, now's a good time to make voices heard to the representatives and the senators. You know, your local ones, what's their perspective on this? What's your take? You know, you take these sanctuary cities, they passed those bills and became a sanctuary city because nobody countered that. The mass people in San Francisco didn't go down there and chime in and say, yo, dude, we don't want to be a sanctuary city. You know, the majority of people in New York City didn't go down there and say, yo, we don't want to be a sanctuary city. And so some people apparently they do get pissed because they got sent a bunch of these. But you know what? It's the only way to get their attention, because they were fine with it until it showed up there. And then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, we need to do something. And it's like, that's it. So I don't know. Realistically, we all have lives that keep us busier than ever. Living is tougher with all the overreach. Well, and you just, you get stressed out. I mean, I know we do, the financial thing, because you have those months when, man, if something happens to come up, it's like shit, man. It would have been so tough if it hadn't been the help of everybody, the help that we've gotten, because some things had come up and it's like, well, I'm limited on what I can do. And I'm not saying that, it'd be all shits and giggles, but even without the help that you guys gave, I we would have figured something out. So I appreciate the help. It's not that I don't, but I mean, because you just can't look at things like, oh no. Yeah, you have them days and you go, okay, I don't know, have a clue what the hell I'm fixing to do, but we got to do something. And then you just got to start thinking in a way to fix the stuff. Hey, what's up, KP? What is that about democracy? 51% ruler for mob rules. Well, it's voting. I mean, if you're going to go down and vote on stuff, then that's where your community's speaking. And if if you got over half of the people that want to hear polka music at 2:00 in the morning, and enough people in that area can't counter that, then it's not to just then go create chaos because of it. Then you just fucking move. That's my opinion. That's just my 2 cents. I mean, damn, it's kind of like that, because if you take away that, then you're basically saying that these 22 million people, 10 million, 8 million, whatever just came across, well, they're here. So what's the big deal? I mean, and it's like, this is, because otherwise you flood the numbers. So you got to have your areas. Well, see, you can look at that as mob rules though, Rabbit, or you can look at that, as the community. That way you don't end up with a few coming in and changing everything. Right now, we have a few that are driving everything into the ground. It's not the majority. Papa's Farm, what's up? Hey, I was listening to you yesterday, brother. I didn't comment. I just started it up and I had it playing. I was trying to give you some watch hours. I got to go back and do a Hutch's live and Ghost live. I missed it too. Oh, and let's see, by the way, earlier, I don't think Michigan's here no more. But one of the things I got told, and I meant to read this earlier, my bad, was the apple cider vinegar is iffy in treating sour crop or impacted crop. And they said that you're better off treating with probiotics, aka plain yogurt, but the likelihood of survival is not in his favor. I say this because they lost a turkey to impacted or sour crop. So, oh, and I got you, Pilgrim. I will answer that back after the stream. But excuse me. It's always let people do what they want, just not in my backyard. So when it hits the dens, then it'll stop. Well, that's it. Well, that's why they were sanctuary cities. And man, you just need to stop all that. You're just going against the migrants until all of a sudden you show a few thousand up on your doorstep. And then it's like, wait a minute, what is going on here? We can't do this. And it's like, you're right, man. We can't do this either in these little bitty towns that you're letting this happen to. Democracy is mob rules. That's why our founding fathers were against it and warned us. Well, it's not a mob rule. See, I don't know how to just you're supposed to have, like, you're supposed to participate in your community. So you established a home here. This is your county. And now I'm just taking this from my perspective in Texas. So take it for what it's worth with a grain of salt. But you establish your homestead in this county. You then you're active in this county and you're interacting with people in your county, and these are mutual minded people. And then when something else comes in, this is where these people get to vote and say no. You gather and get your representative to send them up to the state, and you say, hey, you go represent us in the state. Well, we were supposed to be making sure that this was a person who stayed in tune with us, and we were supposed to maintain that community moral vibe that founded the place. And we slowly just let that become a whole career job in itself. So it's not so much the mob rules. It does right now just because they scream loud, and they've got people convinced that the voting doesn't matter and the country is colonial white supremacy, and America, all they do is cause all the conflicts, and we just go, we don't do anything good, and everything is so bad. And in reality, what it is people have just gotten to where they get pissy, and just like they bounce jobs from job to job to job, they now become renters, and they just go rent other places. So where they are and where they put their feet doesn't matter anymore. And that's where that small little group of elected people got their power, because people started just moving around and not really caring about that inner workings of that town or that county. And they took control. And then all of a sudden now people are like, weird, that's not. And it's like, yep, that's how the school boards passed that. Them school boards didn't get flown in from some fucking alien country and put into there in the middle of the night. Those are people they ran along and they put poster boards up and they said, hey, Bob's running for school board. Yeah, whatever, check. And all of a sudden, Bob's introducing some weird shit into the school, and people are going, wait, what the hell? Oh, man. And they're shooting way the hell up here, when no, really what you did is you shouldn't have voted for Bob. So now what you do is you go make sure Bob isn't on the school board no more. And it's really that simple. But you can also get lost, because that's where it's the blame game, man. And it's the blame game. And to me, the blame game doesn't solve anything. That's what you do when you're stressed out and you're anxious, and you can't formulate a solution. Then you just panic, and that's panicking to me. And I don't panic. We stopped participating in the system that founded the country, and now we, just like all decisions have consequences, we are now dealing with the government that we've allowed in the door. So, and when we go back to realizing that we're supposed to be an active member of the country, an active participant in our local systems, then you go back to those three little words of we the people. But until you're we the people, because everything's a victim, it's a blame. It's, oh man, I couldn't ride the bike because, well, BMX, they changed the frame style. And oh, well, I couldn't do that mower because, well, those tires are not the right diameter. And you can always find reasons not to do stuff. Hell, there's a gazillion ones. Hell, you could probably even use Biden's little definition on excuses. A bazillion, gazillion, million, trillion. So, you know, and I guess, and here's another thing I've noticed looking at the map. If you're in the Northeast, man, I feel for you, because I guess you probably have grown up with some big polluted political message that's bombarded your TV systems and shows and your books. Because down here, we kind of got more of the Alamo and the freedom of the plains and the woods, and the logging was more of my background. So I didn't grow up with the evil empire training. Mine was more of a, you're going to get out of it what you want to put in, you know? And so around here, I guess people just look at more at doing the work than why not to do the work. And I guess when you get more into the concentrated areas of people, they look at more why not to do the work than to do why to do the work. And so it's where I think a lot of the noise comes out of the heavy concentrated area. Right, Benjamin? Bar, Browning, automatic rifle. What's up, Wizard? Miss Sharon, morning. Like I say, I don't know. There's always excuses. I'm about a solution. So and that'll probably be what changes the dynamics of the channel over the next few months, because I'm just not an excuse maker, man. That's just not my take on things. Like I said, there's a gazillion reasons not to do shit. The big bad wolf, you know, or whatever. But what's up, Actions? Oh, Lord. Papa's volume? What? What volume? What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Morning, Shane. New Mexico? Never mind. Oh. Excuses. We, the people, got lazy and went along for the comfy ride. Now our backs are against the wall and the solutions are few. For solutions, the weak will have excuses, in my opinion. Yep, that's it. That's it, by God Adventures. That's why I said, man, and I think there'll be intentionally people that come in to do just that very thing. You know, and what's ironic is you hear people talk about the CIA and the FBI and the PSYOPs and how they get in this group and, they infiltrate this one. But nobody ever takes into account that maybe the anti-American shit you're seeing is from the same type of people. Instead, it's like, oh, no, this is legit because I saw this one. And it's like, I don't know, man. That's why I just can't do all that shit. Let's walk the facts. Let's because in the facts are where the solution lies. Other than that, it's just a bunch of emotional hyperbole. And it's just, oh, this, that, and the other, look at this drawing right here. Do you see that little symbol? I don't even bother, man. The country's upside down right now. I don't have time to waste on all that. If we want to burn a bowl and drink some coffee and laugh and joke about Bigfoot, I'm cool with that. I'm not going to get screamed at and told how real it is. And I'm not smart if I haven't researched enough to know that it's true. And that's where it's all crazy. And it's just like elections. I'm sorry. If you really feel like your elections don't matter, I apologize, because you've had some mental abuse, I guess, somewhere along the youth, because I know around here it matters. So maybe it's where you are and it's the different state. Maybe that's stuff to look at, but to blame the whole country, because I know down here in Texas, dude, you can travel from Harris County up to mine and you can see a drastic change. So where you live and what you say matters. And I can say that up here, you can see where people vote and it matters. And then you go down into Harris County and you can see where them city people just follow whatever them politicians dangle out there. And that's the problem. Years ago, the government hid what they were doing. Now, not only are they fast tracking the destruction, but blatantly shoving in our face. Love at the last 20 years. Oh, well, I think that whole little, well, that kicks in a whole nother thing too. Cause I mean, I personally look at it as in you have a bunch of career politicians and you just had a business dude that just came down an escalator and they were like, hey, wait a minute, we don't need this dude to see the books. And he saw the books and Grumpy, someone who is in on the conspiracy would say it doesn't matter rescue. Well, you know, that's one way of seeing it too. You know, it's kind of like when people say the border thing, you kind of, and I'm because I'm not trying to disrespect, you know, anybody directly because it's there. And this is going to sound bad, and I don't mean this in an insultive way, but so there's intentional people that are going to go and say intentionally misleading things. And then there's people that are going to just believe it and they're going to mimic that same thing, but they're not doing it under nefarious reasons. They're just doing it because this is what fit their anxiety stress level. So they latched onto that and they'll run with that ball down the field. And then there's to be another little group and it's like, well, let me throw that in there. And it's like, well, oh yeah. And they can get that collective. It's kind of like the Michigan thing. You know, they get some people to go in there and they start throwing this idea. And at first people are like, I don't know, man. But they just keep on until next thing you know, the guys are okay, well, yeah, we could try to do that. Ah, gotcha. Well, that's kind of what I think seems to happen here. It's like, no, it's like, what? And they just hammer at you until you're finally going to go, oh, okay. And then it's kind of like, there you go. Now follow along. And it's like, yeah, because dude, in all honesty, I mean, if somebody's got something legit, then they can explain a factual way and it wouldn't just be, you know, well, no, this is true. It's true. You just don't repeat that kind of stuff. You can start to kind of hit a factual thing. And if you're really trying to help somebody understand what you're saying, then you're going to dig deeper. But see, you don't notice that. And it's like the more questions you ask, the more you get screamed at, you know, until you get insulted. And so that's the answer. And that makes me question everything. If you can't kind of, if I can't question a statement you make, then I don't put much validity to it. If I can't kind of go, hey man, I don't understand. What do you mean by that? And all you do is repeat that and goes, yeah, you just didn't research enough or something. Well, then, okay, that's the negative shit. I'm going to avoid because that's not a conversation. And I refuse to participate in polluting our language, you know, and that's because that's not debating anything. Debating is, you know, I could throw you out my idea. You cannot agree. And then you can tell me your idea. I should be able to ask questions about your idea, just like you should be able to ask questions about mine. It's not to prove you wrong or to prove me right. It's a debate to converse. And it's a rare thing. It happens every now and then. And I sure do dig it when it does. I didn't make it to 67 being stupid. Well, I don't know that IQ has to do with age because there's some, I mean, I'm sorry. Look at Potato Head. Kind of pretty off the bubble there. And then you take another dude who's the same, almost around the same age or something, and he's like 10 times the difference. Grumpy says, I'm offended on beef of all the Bigfoots that don't have a voice. Oh, let me look at what Laceman say. Readers for VP. I have to look and have it somewhere here in Michigan. The county threw out all politicians out of town hall and changed the locks. Yeah, Michigan. That's it. Was that up in Michigan? Me and D-Dog have talked about that. I don't remember. I didn't remember what state it was. I still that's a prime example of what I mean. When you get all that negative shit out of your head, and all them people, just all the lights seem to come on, and they said, "Wait a minute," and they went in there and fired them all, dude, all of them. Papa's farm. Good to see you, brother. Sorry I missed your stream last night. Things were not in my hands, but God had me. Right on, Blackbird. Is it me, or am I just really excited for the Trump Biden debate? Don't get too excited, otherwise you're gonna have a hell of a fall wizard with that letdown. You seen the latest thing? I think Obama's even trying to encourage him, dude, just sit down and shut up. And of course, this is what, see, they're paying the price, dude. They fed smoke up his ass for so long, making him think he's really running shit while they were pulling the strings. And now he's like, I'm not sitting down. And they're like, no, dude, you're supposed to be listening to us now. So now they're talking about some internal fighting, buddy. It's like, hey, man, that's what you get for pumping that dude up. Now you done got him, you got convinced him even that he's running some shit. I survived despite many times. Oh, wait, what do you got up here? Because being or despite of, there is a very fine line. I just had to scroll up. Took me a minute. That would be interesting. One knows how to speak English fluently. I think he watched too many Sesame Streets or something. Now it's bleeding through his speech impediments. He's tweaking his wheelchair, Biden on a roll. What? We've allowed politicians to rule us instead of for us. Well, and we stopped. We were okay. We were managers and supervisors of a plant, of a warehouse, of a grocery store, whatever. And it's like, this is like, we've been the management level that decided to go on break and stay there. And we're coming back to the store or the plant or the warehouse. And we're going, holy shit, man, it's in fucking disarray. What the hell happened? It's like, well, you know what? It's kind of like that saying, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Well, we all got busy, distracted with the shiny foo-ha-ha and the next TV channel and the next soap opera and the next reality show and the next phone update and the next internet upgrade and the next little social media platform to do. And oh, look, we can do Facebook. Look, I can let everybody know when I take a shit. I can let everybody know when I shower. I'm going to tell everybody when I go on vacation. And in about 10 years, I'm going to wonder what the fuck just happened to my country. But hey, you know what? Let's not look back on that. Let's not look back on that. We don't need to look at reality that hard. Facebook went down for 8 hours and half the country went into freak out mode. Like, oh my God. And then we wonder how is this happening? How are all these millions coming across the border? How are these people sending millions of dollars overseas? How in the hell are there hundreds of people locked up in a damn jail without due process? How the hell is this happening? Oh, wait, that's right. I think we were more concerned with Facebook than we were our actual country and our local politics. Because you flip the switch on Facebook, you get everybody's undivided attention. You send $1 trillion to Ukraine, whatever. I'm going to the store. I'm going to the movies. And it's like, what is happening? But here we are. Here we are. Pretty much, wizard. Man, you just, reflect on that shit, dude. Facebook come on the scene, everybody's like posting all kinds of shit, dude. Going on vacation, taking a shit, eating supper, tying my shoes, getting dressed, waking up, going to bed. And it's like, what is happening? That's what I told her, going, oh my God. And that's why the only reason I ever got involved with Facebook was because the customers at the computer store. And it's like, oh man, I don't understand. Cafe World isn't just, it keeps crashing, or Farm World, just, Farmville. It's like, what? Okay. I told her in the back room, I went and did this computer. So it's like, let me see what okay. Yep. Okay, here's, this is Java. Okay. So your Java's fucked up. Let me go in and fix your Java stuff. Okay. Here you go. There you go. And then they're back to Facebook. And you kind of go, and then you watch things like Second Life come on. Because I thought World of Warcraft was one thing, but then Second Life, dude. I watch people get divorced and lose everything over that Second Life game. And that really showed me, I should have really paid attention and noticed then that it's like, oh shit, dude, society, we are fucking headed downhill like it's a freight train. Because, dude, that game right there had people putting real money in. So here, let me give you 100 real dollars, and you're going to give me 80 of this digital, or even 200 of this digital in this game currency. And then, oh, here, well, let me give you $200 real money, because then you can give me $400 of this fake digital money, and I'm going to buy this fake bullshit store, and I'm going to start to exist in this little game world where I'm going to take my real money and I'm going to put it into this game so I can buy shit in this game and look like I'm somebody I'm not. And then I'm not going to pay my mortgage, and I'm going to end up losing my house, and I'm going to go over there and live in a fucking little single wide trailer. And then I'm going to end up in a fucking camper. And now I'm down here at a fucking motel, and I don't even play the game anymore because I've literally lost every fucking thing. Dude, I remember watching that shit happen to people. Unbelievable, dude. And so you just kind of go and you go, well, these are the people that are older now that started in that. And so it's like, I don't know, man, you just kind of, I should have, which I knew, hell, way back in the day with the first voice chat thing came on, and I was doing some testing in these rooms, and they were working on the code for video chat. And I was a moderator, beta tester moderator, and that video thing went off, and man, I remember it was because it didn't take that 2 seconds to go to becoming a Hustler magazine kind of thing. And it was like, man, and that's why all my cameras never had a camera until this. But yeah, Lady Smith, it's a game called Second Life, and it came out, it had all this property, and it had the malls, and you could buy a store, you could do fashion and outfit, and you basically, what people freak all out about the VR and oh my God, meta place and whatever the Facebook crap is. It's like, this shit's been around, man. People started losing out to this a long time ago. Second Life, that was a game, man. I watched a divorce happen over that. I've watched people I knew lose everything over a game. MySpace. Yeah, that'll cause here, I'll make you a controversy statement, because this will fire up all the super researched people. But MySpace was actually the instigation that caused Facebook to really kind of take off, believe it or not. And it was because MySpace had an open code platform on their input. So what you put on your MySpace, other people automatically got it the minute they went to your space. So when you said, hey, go to MySpace, check that out, as soon as they loaded MySpace, you had active code that would run it, and it became a virus heaven. And that's actually what it helped promote Facebook. I know the government actually raised Bill Gates in a laboratory, and they taught him and gave him the code so that he could actually be the front man for Facebook. I get it. I know how it's all crazy shit, but whatever. Anyway, it was the whole back end coding of Facebook is actually what promoted most of that drive, because there was no active coding in Facebook. Like you made a post, you couldn't post active code. MySpace, you could post active code. So it's kind of, it was a coding thing. I know that doesn't fit the narrative. My bad. Consider this one of those little italic little paragraph things at the bottom of the page. Read it, optional, whatever. Hey, you know what? I think it might be a little bit of jam time. You know what? Kiss off. Here you go. Just for you, girl. Just for you. And I will be right back, guys. Give me 2
Well,
seconds.
Daddy was a badass, oil-filled white trash, never took nobody's lip. He was a honky-tonk dancer and even beat cancer, and 40 years smoking just quit. He had cavalry and pin-up black ink tattooed forearms from the war. He won a Purple Heart medal, but never heard him pedal the killing he did with the Corps. So they shipped him on home, his mind all blown, and nightmares about his past. Well, it's a dang good thing Mama met Daddy, 'cause Daddy was a badass. He met Mama on the dance floor in Deep East, Texas. She was the belle of the ball. He had a whole barren son, giving him a run for her hand in marriage to call. So they took the rich kid to the back of the bar, threatened him with his life. They said, "Hey, little girl, your date had to leave. Now you're gonna be my wife." I guess his country charm turned her on. As 50 years has passed, he got the one and only girl in the whole wide world. 'Cause Daddy was a badass. Well, Daddy made it out of the jelly rig patch and gambling paid for his school. The University of Texas sure got reckless, living on 8-ball pool. He had backroom all-night poker games, a pistol by a rotary phone. He was a hot-tip handicapper on football, never took a student loan. So he passed with honors by selling numbers to everybody in his class. Then he drove back home to Old East Texas. Well, you know what it was. Us a house and he started his company. He made drilling bits for the old rigs and made a truckload of money. Hired all my uncles and the good old boys from back in his roughneck days. Till the shop burned down, lost everything he had, and he went their separate ways. Well, he flew to Vegas, he borrowed $5,000 and he put it on the red and black. He made 200 G's. He got the business back, y'all. Daddy retired, sold the business. The kids are grown and gone. He said, "Woman, I just can't sit around here. You know I gotta keep bringing it on." Climbed on his 1963 Panhead Harley Davidson and rode it wide open till the end of the world, off a cliff and into the sun. Well, I still roll. Mama was crying, said that's the way he should have passed. In a blaze of glory, just done with the world, man. 'Cause Daddy was a badass. 'Cause Daddy was a badass. 'Cause Daddy was a badass.
'Cause Daddy was a badass. Hey, I will say, Wizard, I was reading that about the propaganda guy or whatever, and it reminded me of so all right, well, I'll give you a little backstory because hell, it's just my channel and I got nothing else really to do. So I had the computer shop. I was just so overwhelmed the past, I don't know, man, probably the last 4 months that I was open, I might have slept maybe a month and a half of the 4 months. I was literally eating no doughs and drinking coffee all the time. And during the day, I would handle the traffic in and service calls. And then at the evening, I would shut it off, close the front, and I would go to the back to commence to start trying to do all the work. Man, I had stacks up that wall. And she finally told me, she goes, look, man, you're either going to close this down or I'm done, because you're going to fall out and I ain't going to be around to watch it. And so I said, okay. So I started commenced to closing down the shop, and one of my customers was a sign company. And I said, hey, do you need anybody? You need any help? Well, actually, he needed a welder. So I said, okay, well, I can weld. So I went and I started building signs. And then some people, he fell short in staff inside. So I learned Corel Draw. That's one thing I miss. I miss that program, dude. If I could afford that program, that'd be the shit. I love that program. I've got all kinds of training on it. It's just that I can't access it because it's in that file format. But anyway, so I learned that. But while I was learning that, and here's where that's why that was a backstory. Because then as I go in here and I'm learning this Corel Draw, and I'm learning how to do these signs and stuff and the font and everything, uh, he gave me some books. And as I'm reading these books, and this is where maybe some people kind of see more of the, I hate to say conspiracy, because like that word's been redefined nowadays, but maybe this is where people get so much like, oh, no, see, when really it's, there were people just like carpenters that watched the evolution of carpentry evolve from, hand doing it to with machinery, just like people with computers upgrade. Well, people that were into like psychological stuff, psychiatry, mental stuff, thinking, people behavior, and that type of stuff, they just started noting things, man. They collected data. It's not rocket science. And people can learn this, but it's like they've we're able to compile data over time. I mean, we've been collecting data on things for decades and decades. So you can then start to notice that certain size font gets people's attention, certain colors in the foreground, background, certain shapes gather, certain triggers responses. Well, if you on a marketing level are developing this knowledge and this is your thing, you're going to, just like a carpenter wants to become a badass carpenter. If you're into marketing, that's why this isn't some big 5 family can running everything shit or some super supreme knowledge alien dude or something. This is people that got into marketing and learning people behavior and what interests people, what motivates people, what drives them, and they use that tool then to their benefit. And then as people are learning this, not on a nefarious scale, but just on a knowledgeable scale, you'll then have nefarious people. It's kind of like a U-100. A U-100 can either hook up the diabetic with some insulin, or it can shoot up the meth head with some speedball. But it's not the U-100's fault. Well, it's marketing, and there's people that it didn't start out nefarious. It was just trying to figure out, how can I sell more of my cookies than the other dude? Well, you know what? I noticed that every time somebody has red in the background, people really cater to that. Well, then he starts putting red in the background of his cookie commercial and he goes, yeah, I'm selling more cookies. Well, there's people that are taking notes and remember this data. It's not rocket science. They go, oh, wow, check that out. People seem to be really interested in red backgrounds. Really? Okay. And then as you go to teach people, you tell them these things. Well, then people with bad ideas take that and go, aha, we can use this to our benefit. So that's all. It's just people, man. It's just people. People. Morning, Miss Angela. Boy, have I got a question for you since you're here. Morning, Dennis. Morning, Frank. Morning, everybody that's here. Good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it works for you. I appreciate you being here. And there's books. You can look at it. Don't look at it with like, oh my God, I got to find the damn mothership or something. It's just look at it and go look up marketing, advertising. And they go into this shit, man. It's fonts and colors and sizes and the shapes, the size of the sign, where you ought to place what you're trying to bring focus to, the way you should lay that out. And for me, I take that knowledge and I go, well, yeah, that's right. And then I look and I go, well, I get it. That's why the media will show you. It's kind of like the Charlottesville thing where the kids in cages, you know, they clip and post because they're hitting emotional responses. So it's advertising. It's just being used in a nefarious, bad way. You know, pharmaceuticals with all their little, nobody catches it. Why? Because the marketing, the data goes, hey man, you know what? You can damn near say the world's going to blow, but if you'll show them these type of images and these color tones with this sound and stuff, they'll absorb it. And sure enough, they proceed to tell you to take this pill because it'll help with your headache. And then you ignore that damn 5-minute line damn near where it's going to cause your ankles to hurt, your toes to curl, your ding ding ain't going to pee no more, and your kidneys are going to fail, and you might have lung failure. But hey, it's going to cure that headache. And it's like, but because the whole imaging and the sound and everything blends with the data that they know, people just let that shit go right on by, and they go buy that damn shit to cure that headache. And so there's no big, little curly mustache dude behind the curtain. It's just that people, as humanity progresses, there's people that collect data and learn from the way people behave, and then they play on the way that they behave. And I hadn't finished reading Bug Out's comment, but I just saw the word AI, and that's the biggest scary thing because people are already so willing to give up their thoughts to just whatever gets put in front of them, that then they put an AI in the driver's seat of that. And it's like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, we're here. We can't change some of this administration right now. I mean, I don't worry about me and all this lock and load shit, dude. I get it. Touch my granddaughter, I'll drop you in a heartbeat. I don't give a shit if there's 20 million coming across the border or nobody's coming across the border. If you fuck with my granddaughter or my grandson, that's that. So that's all I want to see. I want to see as they go to school that they don't have those bad books. So the way I can do that is pay attention to the school board. How can I help out my kids? I can help them by participating in like voting locally on who the tax thing is, so tax don't get out of control, where our sales tax don't get out of control, where regulations aren't being passed, because that's who I worry about. Dude, whatever. I'm here for a day or 10 years. I don't know. When I wake up, I make the best of it. That's why I say you got to kind of watch the information you put in, because it'll lead you astray. And next thing you know, you'll look back 5 years, you totally haven't been spending time. You haven't really done anything to benefit your environment situation, but you've done a lot of complaining about something outside your control to begin with. Bernie's made a parade of women in green dresses. There you go, Dennis. Propaganda when it's used that way. Yeah, it's nefarious because it's marketing. I mean, it's just all that Marlboro Man. No, that's why I was the Marlboro Man, dude. Back then, well, I'm sorry, what was popular back when the Marlboro Man came out? Oh, that's right. It was the Western shows. It was the Western movies, because the Westerns were pretty much the beginning of the movie production stuff on a bigger scale because they were easier to make. And then that changed. It's like, fuck, dude. Bruce Jenner used to be a person. He was an idol. He was a heroic icon. And man, when they went at him, buddy, they got all up in his head. They screwed him up, which I'm sure running over somebody probably helped push him over the edge, because it's like, oh shit, I just ran over somebody. I think hey, you know what? I ought to probably go do that fucking flip thing like they've been talking about, because then I won't be that no more. I won't be held accountable. So, but We just used to have, man, you think, you look at the messaging, just kind of tune out everything, and then just go look up 70s commercials, and just look at the stuff that was being put out in the 70s and 80s. Physical education, calisthenics, volleyball on the beach, surfing, bicycle jumping, Boy Scouts, fishing, hunting, gardening, springtime, gardening, all that stuff was encouraged. And then it slowly started to change. That's why, I get it being under a socialist attack. I think ever since we came into creation, we've had a target on our back because we just established something that was not ever here before. So, and I could see where they would want to get into those. It's kind of like, look at people with TikTok. Me and her were talking about that yesterday. TikTok. You can literally show society, the United States of America's population, that TikTok and all the batshit crazy stuff you see on it, that the very company that puts this out, the coding of it, is located in this country, and this country sees the complete opposite. This country doesn't even allow this kind of footage. And you know what? People are still going to go, oh, well, I don't know, whatever. And then they're going to continue to scroll through TikTok going, oh, check that shit out. Check that out. And so it's like, how do you fix that? You don't. That's why sometimes I don't know what the collapse looks like. All I know is I want it better for my grandkids, and I just do what I can do locally. If these big cities go to shit, I feel for them people around them damn places. But it's just like, wow. It's kind of nice when you do run into people out here that hadn't even heard of TikTok. It's like, what? TikTok? Oh, that's one of them kid things? And it's like, thank you. Because you just kind of wonder, man. Kind of like I told her, you can hear people standing in a Walmart line griping about Walmart. And it's like, but you're standing right here. So, well, what are you going to give up? What are people willing to sacrifice and put on the line and do no more of just to send that message to the bankers, to the monetary system? Are you going to get rid of the newer, fancier car and get the older beater mobile? Or are you going to get, that older stuff? Are you going to go stay with the old phone that, it gets the job done? Or do people upgrade to the newest? Because every time you purchase something, you're pretty much going into the system. So you figure you got your necessities, and then everything on top of that is just feeding into the very thing that everybody gripes about. And I get it, because that's life to a certain level. But I think it's also important to own up to it. I know it when I buy Folgers coffee. I'd rather not buy Folgers coffee. I'd rather buy somebody else's coffee that supported somebody local. I just can't afford it. But it's not because of the big bad system. They've got some screwed up shit in place for sure. But it's also because I just can't go pull my own weight, I don't feel. So thank goodness I did all these decades pay in to that evil Social Security system, because other than that, this would be really hard. So, and it's not because of the government. I made bad decisions. That's just straight up the truth. I've just made bad decisions, not meaning to, but just not thinking something through. Not looking at the long-term effect, kind of going with the pacification for the moment. And I'm now can reflect back and see almost damn every time I did that going, oh, that was not, nope. See, if I had just waited, but see, man, the past is, I can go analyze my past and beat the shit out of myself of every mistake I've ever made. But there's also where nobody's perfect. So nothing's ever starting out perfect. I don't know why. You know, the stream keeps kicking me off. Oh, wow. Bug out of finish. I'm sorry about that. I have no idea. I'm sorry that's happening. Condensation getting your gas. My tuner is running hot. Oh, y'all got the engine talk going. Grumpy, what's the weather like up there for you? How's everybody's weather? Raining? Still cold? Looking a little better? I scroll up, see. Wait, what do you got? Actions. Scrolling up through y'all's combo. Oh, okay. The AI stuff. I got you. $35 and frosty. Sunny and 34, 32 blowing. Oof. Cold but sun finally. Right on. Still wet. Hey, Prepper Book Club. Morning, morning. Let's see. Morning. Hey, morning, Miss Karen. Little snow flurry. Let's see. I'm trying not to miss nobody neither. Wet, cloudy, and cold. Only 3 days of sunshine in the metro. Yep. Basic chemistry. There's always a parts per million of humidity and fuel. If the fuel is too pricey to buy, it sits in the tanks and fills the tank with actual water over time. Oh, yeah. See, and it's like that. I did not know that so many people weren't aware of that, Wizard, but I remember as a kid, hell, man, little part-time job just to get some free sodas and candy bars out the local little store that used to be down the road is I would go down there and stick the tanks for him. And I can remember I'd go around the back of the gas station and I'd get this long 1 inch by 1 inch square stick that had markings on it, you know, and it had the numbers. And I would grab this little tube of paste and he would tell me a range and I'd smear this cream on that stick and then I'd go open the lid and I'd stick that stick down there and come back up and it'd mark that cream with a browning of the line. And that's how I could tell him how much was in the tank. But he used to tell me that the reason why that part was brown on that white is because it was showing him the water level at the top of the gas and then how much gas was in fuel was down in the tank. But see, that happens everywhere. Doesn't everybody experience like sweating on a cup when you got ice inside the cup and it sweats outside? Well, that's what happens when the outside is colder than the inside. Then you sweat on the inside. So, yeah, that's kind of strange. You ain't right is a daily comment here to someone. But yeah, somebody's getting told they ain't right. Remember what the Cheshire Cat said. We're all a little mad here, Alice. Hey, it's the Cluckin Alamo. And it's 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Time, the only time zone that matters. I mean, let's come to terms with it. Miss Greta says it's 36 and cloudy in South Central PA. Right, Rabbit? With hot coffee, you don't get no sweaty cup. John says, why does frozen sweat hurt? I guess it would depend on the location of the frozen sweat, because if it was like located in certain southern regions of the body, then that would be like having ice cubes in your drawers or some shit, and that definitely would not sound comfortable. I'm just saying. Angela says, I ain't right either. Right. Oh, and by the way, okay, so Miss Angela, got a question for you. So last night I took the flashlight and I got a better lining with the flashlight, nice and dark. Does it happen sometimes if the eggs are like the blue? There's a few blue ones, and they're so dark. There's no light that comes through that. So is that like a bad thing? But it's like I no matter how I did that flashlight, it's like, damn, I can't see nothing through that shell. Is that normal, or does that just mean that it's filled up? Because that kind of tripped me out. I wasn't expecting that. I did move a couple that looked like, you told me about the empty ones, and I moved two of them that looked like they were pretty empty inside. I moved them to the center just so I can kind of keep an eye on them. The other ones, I could see, something happening, but I don't know. Then there was a couple of blue ones that it didn't look like I could see through them. So if Miss Angela, you were to hear me that, and I know maybe she's typing away. Damn it, Rescue. I don't know, Rescue. At day 9, there shouldn't be a lot of solid. Okay. So does the blue maybe get dark to where you can't really shine a light through them? I mean, is it possible to have eggs that you can't candle? Like, is that known to happen? I was kind of wondering because I was like, well, I don't know. Maybe you can have them to where. Okay, so Rabbit, you should be able to candle like every egg. Could a hen been sitting on a couple? I don't think any of those, Miss Angela. I mean, there's a few times when, effing chickens, right? Effing chickens. Somehow they feel the need to use that same box. So there have been a couple of times when one drops one, leaves, and then when that second one goes in there, she takes a little too long when dropping hers, and she'll sit on that one that was there, and then like the third one is in there raising hell. And sometimes there's only been like twice that it's ended up like that. Most of the time I try to get them, throughout the day. It was just this rainy part now I haven't been, but because I was always worried about them breaking one and eating them, and so I've always tried to collect them. So okay, so should be able to. So maybe there's something. Okay. So if it's doesn't show, like if I can't see through that, that means that it's just a bad egg. Because there were some that I saw what you talked about, were telling me, Miss Angela, with the whole can't see nothing in them, and I saw that. Are you seeing movement in most of your eggs? Yeah, well, I see the formation kind of where it's not just like a little yolk. It looks like something's forming. Um, Sophie's looking at her little video in what it was showing in the image. It's kind of I've got some that look similar to that. I think I might try to. I'm gonna try to make me a little deal where because I would like to show y'all what I see. That way I know just kind of I can learn as I'm doing this. Don't toss. No, I didn't toss any yet. Even the ones that I just moved them to the inner ring. The ones that it looked like I could just see through that there was nothing in there. I just moved those to the inner ring so I could kind of remember which ones they were. I'm not going to really throw any until we're kind of done with everything. I just kind of want to, if I watch it as it happens, I can learn as I'm doing this is what I'm doing. So if what I ask sounds, like, well, what's the big deal? That's all. I'm just learning as I do this. So then it's kind of like I go to do this again. I'll already kind of have a preconceived idea of what I'm looking for and looking at. Did y'all see where Mexico is pissed and wants answers to where in the hell all the mill grade weapons the cartels have are coming from? They should have already known where those were coming from. Hell, they've been reaping the benefits of it. They want to act all innocent. Shit, dude. They've been getting. We think our shit's corrupt. That shit's even more so. There are some really good YouTube videos on candling eggs. Watch a few of them, and it might help. Okay, Miss Angela, do you got some on yours by chance? Because I'm gonna go watch Miss Sophie's again. No offense to nobody else. I'm just if I kind of know y'all and I'm talking with y'all and y'all have them up, I'd rather see y'all's than other people I don't even know. No offense. Sometimes that sounds so judgmental because I kind of am. I'm picky that way. I used to try to have respect for everybody until they gave me a reason not to. I got to say, man, the past few years, I'm starting to rethink that philosophy. Not that I'm starting out with a disrespectful part, but I don't know. Sometimes I think I give too much leeway at the beginning. Rabbit can't imagine. Justin Rhodes has amazing videos on chickens. Fox News. All right, Rabbit. There you go. What's funny is man, with all the damn money that they make, the cartel makes, they act like it's only the CIA that can give them weapons. It's like those people can buy on the damn black market, man. They just can go buy Russian shit. Hell, they can buy shit from Iran. They got so much damn money over there. They buy whatever the hell they want. It ain't necessarily got to be given to them no more. That's the beginning. That's in the old days when they couldn't quite get their feet under them. So our CIA went over there and said, "Hey, look, y'all got to really get a good foothold on this. Oh, that'll help." Nowadays, shit, dude, they're banking so much money. They're in the market. That's what's funny. They're just trying to bring. Watch, there'll be here comes a weapons thing. So then there'll be some more gun talk. Got to try to push that gun talk these last 10 months. Is that the YouTube version of it, Eric? Because to be quite honest, brother, I suggest you go on and go to the Muckraker actual thing and read the story behind it. There you go. Check this one out, Eric. There's the actual direct thing right there on the page on the left side. You'll see it. But what I would recommend is anybody that goes and want to check that out, when you click on the video is fine and watch it, but then read that text under it. And he tells about the whole journey of making that video and stuff. And that'll show you how gnarly things are. Because he lays out the whole path that they did. And it also has a YouTube video there to direct you to YouTube to watch the video version. But man, when you read, it's kind of like, damn. And he kind of lays out some of the other stuff. But it shouldn't be a shock and awe that this is corporations, a big CEO board that's wanting to take over. Because we have individual rights. People, that's why. Why do you think the big narrative is to try to get you to not think about that shit? Hey, morning, Tiger. Morning, Jeff. Let's see who else comes slide in. Anybody else come slide in? Let me scroll up. Nope. Okay. All right, Miss Angela, I see that. And he just put up a huge pole on. Then he got sick, but the family stepped up, so absorbs to see those adorbs. So adorbs. Okay, Wizard, I ain't heard that one, boy. So how does that go again? But the family stepped up, so adorbs to see those kids helping dad. Adorbs. So we're gonna abbreviate the word adorable now, Wizard. Really? Really? Adorbs. Oh, that's so adorbs. That's just plumb adorbs. What? Man. You financial people are weird. But that's adorbs. Damn, them number cruncher people. Coffee refill. Oh, I think it's the last cup. Hoorah. All right. What is it? 3 hours, 15 minutes. We're at 8:15 in the morning. Central Time, the only time zone that matters. Adorbs. Man, that's adorbs. Hey, my grandkids taught me cray cray. I just hadn't heard the adorbs. Oh, that's just adorbs. See, you got to remember in my area, you get more of the, well, that's them are adorable right there. Just cute as button. Shoot fire. Y'all come back now, you hear? What can I say? I don't know. I'm just a redneck in the woods, man. Don't hate me because you ain't me. Excuse me. Rescue it totes adorbs. It totes adorbs. Oh, Eric, you got some CDs by the doors. That's adorbs. That's adorbs, Eric. Man. Yeah, that's totes adorb. No, actually, it's taking a mental practice wizard to make that roll out of my mouth because I just want to naturally go adorable. It does not just flow off the tongue. That's actually taking a conscious effort to remember to say adorbs. That's just being, I really am having to tell myself that in my head real quick before I say it out loud. I've not met a single person in Arizona that says blooming or blazes. Bigfoot gardening with my meemaw was my second best memory. Man, I go down memory lane. I don't know. I got a few childhood memories. I pretty much, the day they handed me my son, and just, I remember having him in just one hand and his feet rested in this hand. And I looked at that and was like, I looked at them little bitty fingernails and little bitty fingers, and it was just like, oh man. To this day, I can think about that and it still gets me. When you wonder what it's all about, that's what it's all about. It all really revolves around that. If I could go back and do that again, I would. If I could go back and do it with my kids, I'd probably stay in the hills in Tennessee when we moved up there for a year, or I would have moved even farther away and I would have just homeschooled them, even though there wasn't nothing wrong with their schooling, but I would have just focused on family right there. Just fishing rods, boats, none of the shoes, all the clothes, music, none of that would have mattered. The Riri is the best one. Yeah, Teresa likes the Riri. Some Riri moments, man. And then we got Rudy the Riri. We lived outside Chattanooga for a year. I used to be a service manager on the used car side of United Nissan is what was the name of it back then. I don't know what it'd be called now. There's this huge, large Nissan dealership. I gotta say, it was so large to go across that lot, you had to use a golf cart. I've had a lot of reread moments. And I look back, a lot of the mistakes I made, I mean, I had the best intentions, but it's just if you don't really slow down a little bit and think things through and put things in a clearer perspective, then what looks like a good decision, but later down the road, there's just consequences. There are consequences for every decision that's made. Some are good and some are just didn't come out so good. And so you learn, I don't know, I just kind of get to where I do that in life now. I try to just really, and I will say here lately, I've gotten caught up in so much just, I won't say drama because there's a level of drama, so that's different. But I've just gotten caught up in some of the type of conversations. It's like I just I guess I treat a lot of it like a real conversation. And so then I kind of, it's like if we were sitting here and somebody just started going, damn, dude, why you gotta be a dick? And then I guess whatever it goes. But see, I'm used to that environment where you can kind of do that. And then it's kind of like a visual thing. It's like, yeah, you don't just keep poking, man. And then if you do, it's just kind of, well, then, shit happens. And then we see if it continues after that. But on this, that's not how that goes. And so I don't know, man. I'm just trying to, like I said, people get probably tired of hearing it, but I'm just trying to figure it out, man. Kind of wish I don't want to do no another channel though. I ain't into all that multiple channel things. It's just not I ain't knocking nobody that does it. It just ain't my forte. Well, it was self-induced, Eric, because you're the one that decided to marry her. Nobody made you. See what I'm saying? At some point, we got to look at the thing. We got to own up to what we did. You just can't look at the outcome. You got to figure out how you got there. What's up, Lynn? How are you, man? I see you here and there in some of the chats. I don't usually talk much in chats just because I can't keep up with conversation in chat through text messages. But it's been good to see you. I just hadn't seen you much here lately, and you've been missed. Wondered how you were doing. Weren't you in the process of moving, Miss Lynn? Or you had moved and getting set up or something like that? I'm apologize if I totally missed the mark on that. I got excuses if you want me to throw a few out. I got drain damage. I just really can't remember. Something tells me though. I take the lessons, but I leave the rest at the door. I look back at the bridges that were burnt and dances in ashes. Yeah, not me so much. There were some I burnt that really didn't need to be burnt, but that was just I was a pissed off person back then. I kind of went through the pissed off, nobody understands shit, nobody gets it. I was there. That's what used to cause me to act out. And son, had a chip on my shoulder. But a little part of my life cost me 2 trips to the penitentiary. That's when I realized that, yeah, you know what? Somehow I just revolved door that shit so fast that I think I might be part of the problem. And that's when I realized it was me. And I still burn a few more bridges that I wish I hadn't have along the way, but I don't cry over spilt milk. Just hope I can not do that again so quick. So that's why I'm not so quick to, I guess you could say I'm not so quick to anger anymore. I get angry. I'm just not quick to it. Some of my best memories are as a young child, just running free with no worries. Man, no responsibilities. We got the benefit. See, that's a kind of a thing. And think about it. I had even though my parents were separated, but my parents were solid people, and my mom could do anything. Shit, my mom played musical instruments. She was an office manager. She was a damn construction zone supervisor. She was a counselor. So, I mean, my mom could do anything. My dad was very mechanically inclined. A lot of scales, batch weighing systems, measuring systems. So, I mean, they were good people, but you just kind of look and it's like, wow, even though they were split up, I had the benefit of growing up with adults around me that encouraged positive stuff, that had promoted success, because that's where the environment I grew up in. I mean, if other people didn't, I'm just all I do is feel sorry for that. It ain't my fault, and I can't fix it. So it just is what it is. But I kind of grew up around that. It's just like, I don't know, just messaging. And then you kind of look at it nowadays, and it's like, what's the messaging now? Because it's like my parents were divorced, but I never saw ugly divorce shit. My parents were best friends. They just decided that they didn't need to be together, but they just do their own thing. So they were best friends. Even my step parents, when each of them got married, they went to each other's weddings and shit. And like whenever I was little and they would meet up, they all sat at the table together talking. So, you know, hey, thank you, Share Bear. Make it a good day, ma'am. So Lynn says, yeah, I completely moved to Ozarks off grid back in August. Making lots of mistakes, swearing a lot, and then fixing shit. But I love it. Great people around here. So yeah, not on as much. There you go, Miss Lynn. See, I thought you had moved. Divorce is a great way. We have a ferry there. Matt says, I know a guy that still goes to his ex-in-laws holiday dinners. Right. I didn't know all that, man. It just, and then I got to go, as I got older, then I saw other people going through that shit and their parents and shit. And it's like, wow. So I had that taken for granted. But you look at kids nowadays, man, what do they got? TV's full of shit. It's like I laugh and say, hell, most kids nowadays, hell, they grew up with road rage before they even get a driver's license because it's just the stuff that the adults around them are portraying. So I don't know, man. I will say this is for me, this is like the Bible kind of stuff or some other type of books, with the positive type of more of a message. I don't really go for that whole smoke up your ass kind of type thing. Or just don't tell me everything's going to be fine. That's why I think I like the Bible, is because you can just kind of read what the times are and what went through and how that went through. And I'm not one of those people to just sit there and quote phrases and stuff. I'm kind of more of the whole story kind of guy. I like, and these are the times when I kind of get into reading different stuff, Job, some Daniel, Ezekiel, just different stuff like that. I kind of enjoy just reading the chapter. Morning. And by the way, morning, G-Mo Nana. I don't think I said morning to you, and I do apologize. I just realized that. My bad. So good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it works for you. Thanks for being here. Good morning, Mother Cluckers. Is D-Dog still here? I don't think D-Dog's still here. I was wondering how that property thing was going. They were trying to give him shit over the property they got and trying to help vets and stuff out. Glad his mom's doing better. Although that lung thing, moisture around the lungs and shit, just, and the heart, that's just not good. So quiet here. We need to play some tunage. What are we going to play? What are we going to play? Okay. Well, if I didn't, I did now. Okay, we'll do this one.
Doing alright. A little driving on a Saturday night. Come walk me. Gonna dance the day away. Jenny was sweet. She always smiled for the people she meets.
No, Dennis, it's not that I pick and choose. What I do is I like to read the whole thing, you know, not just pick and choose, not phrases. I like to do the lays out the groundwork.
Music's blue, the music's blue. Has its own way to get to you. What can I do? What can I do? I'll never remember my time with you. Pick up your feet. Got to move to the trick of the beat. There is no lead. Just take your place in the driver's seat. Driver's seat. Driver's seat. Yeah, doing alright. Little driving on a Saturday night. Yeah, come walk with me. Gonna dance the day away. Yeah, driver's seat. Driver's seat. Yeah, Jenny was sweet. There is no lead. Yeah, pick up your feet. Pick up. Yeah, pick up your feet. Gonna dance the day away. Yeah, driver's seat. Driver's seat. Yeah, driver's seat. Driver's seat. Yeah. Driver's seat.
No, that's not it. Kiss off. It's not paint shop. It's a Corel draw is what it was called. Not a paint shop. It's Corel draw. How's Mrs. Doing better after yesterday evening? Oh yeah, since some other people have come in and so I'll give you an update. So yesterday evening she got good news in a way, you know. I mean, she got to talk to, you know, one of the sons and found more stuff out that was actually positive. They've one, I stand corrected. I probably ought to go change the community post to the. He wasn't checking on his livestock. He was actually going to check on another family down the creek. from him because he knew the creek was rising. So he was going down to check on him. And so that's what got him out there. And then she found out that they've been getting phone calls and visits from everybody around the area of all the stuff that he had been doing, helping people that they didn't even know. There was a couple, apparently every time he cashed a check from the mill, he would go and buy their purchased medicine, the medicine that they needed, and give it to them. He would take groceries to some families that needed the groceries. He would take firewood and stuff to other families. So they started just getting all these messages, people coming by, with food, and then telling them the story of how much he helped them. And they didn't even know that he had been doing that stuff. So that was pretty cool. Tomorrow is the viewing and the funeral, so I won't be live in the morning. So maybe Hutch can do an apocalyptic radio in the morning or something. So yeah, which is pretty good because it finally took that weight off of her. That's been the only thing. I can't help her deal with that. That just everybody's got to do their own. And so I was glad she finally got some positive to kind of go off of. But thanks for asking. Dennis, what do you think about the Book of Enoch? I find it very interesting. I really do. I find parts of that very interesting. There's some other literature. I guess I get worried about saying out loud, some of the books because I don't want to. I don't want to lead anybody per se. I ain't trying to lead nobody one way, so I don't. It's like if I say that, like Enoch, I find it very. I think it's got some good meaning. I think it's got a place. I don't. I really. I guess nowadays I've just come to a part in life. I've had accidents, been dead, had those extreme things happen, watched all the bad shit happen with humanity. I've done the Monday, Wednesday, Sunday thing. I've done the quote thing. Wasn't until here lately that I don't know, all this worldly stuff. Somehow we find, or I always did. I must stop talking like that. This is me, man. I kept tying things that I would read to this world and this man-made created atmosphere. And then it just kind of dawns on me that it's like, this walking through this and trying to stay righteous and true inside, not what anybody sees or acknowledges or the shit that comes out of my mouth but I really took on the perspective of, I think that my creator, my father, God, he knows what I'm thinking. He knows my soul. He knows what really, if I look at somebody and I have a thought of empathy, he's going to know that before I even know it. And I think that's what I try to strive to be true and accurate. I try to be, I guess in this it's called real, but I really, because I guess, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way to God either, but I raised my kids, and then I kind of reflect back on that, and I go, well, I mean, I'm definitely not smart and couldn't have a plan laid out for my kids, but I loved my kids. I loved my children, but there's you you want this for them, but we were given free will. And when it comes to my soul part, I think we were created, and whether it's the technical details of the apple, to me that's not the point for me anymore. It's the moment that we went from having paradise, and then it's like we became knowledgeable of all the other stuff. So the counter of everything we didn't even know it was paradise because we didn't know what wasn't paradise. And we became knowledgeable. And then when Jesus, the Son of God, there's my belief in that. I think that was God come down in human form, and he showed how to walk the path. He did it. He wore humanity's nature because we were just so, that's why they killed him. And I think that in that was our path. So then at that point, and this is me, it's for me I hit my knees and I become subservient to God. And I acknowledge my creator, and I want him to be proud of me. I want to respect him and honor him. And I try to straighten up my actions. So it's not so much what I do with other people. It's in actually who I am and what goes on inside of me and my head. That's one reason why I get real defensive when people do the debate thing. Cause it's like I told this guy, it's absurd to think that I can debate the relationship you have with your partner or your parents or your belief. So, everybody has their things, and I can't explain them. I've laid in a bed and I've been so depressed that I reached out. I feel like I have interacted, in a way with my creator. I feel like I've been touched. I've been blessed. I think that there's power in that. I think there's power in prayer. I think it's in encouragement. And I do believe that the only thing Satan, Lucifer, the most beautiful angel of all, his whole intent was just to take your eyes off of God. He can't make anything. All he can do is duplicate, and he doesn't have to. He's not the big horned evil guy. It's the subtle shit. And that's, for me, that's how I've tried to direct things. And that's why sometimes you find me apologizing, and people, yeah, I apologize. Yeah, I did. It was for me, And hey, what's up, Shorty? Sorry, I kind of went on a little tangent there and just kind of ignored chat. My bad. Let me scroll up a little bit. Right. Oh, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Cody Rescue. Hey, buffering. Morning. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Oh, thank y'all. Fact that the Buddha quotes the earth as a globe or shade on the firmament. See, I don't know. It depends on how you look at the firmament. I don't dive deep into that, Dennis, so I can't, I'm not countering anything you're saying. So it's not like that. But my take on that firmament was I always take that as, and that's like our atmosphere. That's what's containing, because when you look at, but then this is, I believe the creator created this. So this is where I'm coming from. And I don't know all the details of how he did it. I'm not that in there. But when you look at basically how we're designed, the globe in rotation at a certain degree axis, that then has this atmosphere that we can't see around any other planets. They don't have this. We have an atmosphere that has levels to it that contain and create a gravity so that this earth is spinning at a speed while the sun is there, and then the moon is doing its thing. And when you look at the cogs of a clock and you look at how all that works, and yet it just, and so I've always figured that maybe the firmament, because it's kind of like you were, you know, the way it breaks down is the water, and you know, so I've kind of just, I also, and I don't mean this disrespectful. See, I've never thought that was important. I guess nowadays is where I'm at. It's just like, because I can see the sky, I can see space, because I view God as created all of it. So, you know, when the angels came down, well, I don't know if that just meant through the clouds per se, or if they came from what we would call across the galaxy over, you know, and I think that's where it's easy for the other side, you know, Satan, the bad guy, is just to kind of go, yeah, see, that's, I don't know if that's true. And bam, you get more focused on that than just walking a path. And that's why I decided, no, I can't get distracted. That's why one reason why I don't really get much into that questionable side, because I have direct life interaction to know of the existence. So that's almost like I'm searching to disprove. And that's where I just fall back on the good old, you know what, at the end of the day, if I'm a better person when I die, and I feel like I've done the most righteous I can do, and I die and heaven's real, hopefully I got a shot. If I die and there is no heaven, nothing, you just kind of there, you're not here no more. You're unplugged. The light just went out, poof. Then there was no loss. I still tried to leave the world in a positive than a negative, you know. But then there's people that would rather go down as, you know, what's his name, old Charles Manson. Yeah, there's people that would rather be in history books as Charles Manson than being, you know, John Wayne. Me, I'd be more to be remembered like a John Wayne than a Charles Manson. So I just figured, if that path sets me, and for me, my thing is thinking I have a shot, I can go to heaven. You know, I accept the Son of God, the Messiah, Jesus, as the Son of God, and through him is my path. And so now I'm supposed to straighten up my act. That's where I kind of get all, I used to get pippy. I don't get it no more. I find it's it's frustrating some, because I want to listen to some people, but people do that doctrine preaching, and I don't. I'd rather have a personal talk. You know, it's kind of like, I want you to tell me about your parents. You know, hey, tell me about how your dad was. Well, I would rather hear that than for you to flip open a dictionary or a psycho book and start reading what the description of a father is. And to me, it's like the faith without works. That is your works. Your works is how you interact with people. The message you send, your testimony, is you're walking your path. It's not that you stand at a pulpit and say some things. It's your testimony is who you are. My whole thing that I've put here at the bottom of this screen ever since I started it, I believe that as long as my kids. This was my core. What you are stands over you all the while. It thunders so I cannot hear what you say to the contrary. And that was because that's your core. It's who you are. To me, that is your works. So that faith without works, that's a true statement. So I'm sorry to sound like this point blank on it, but it is what it is. You know, everybody's got their 2 cents, and mine is people that tell you that is very misleading. They'll say faith without works. Oh, that's not true. And it is. Faith without works is dead, because you're supposed to walk the talk. And then that should show. You should be an example. People should be able to see the light from you without you having to tell them. They should either see or feel that there's a difference about you, and that should cause them to ask you, and then you tell them. That's what I do with you guys. You go, oh, I don't know, Rescue, what do you think about this? And then I share with that. Well, in doing that, that's walking my path. You know, people that do the word game salad thing, and they decide they're just the people that are searching for negativeness because I don't know, for whatever reason, sometimes drug addicts don't want their buddy to get clean because they don't want to be alone. I mean, people just do things. So for me, I sat there and I was dead. Had paramedic flight out go, you were gone, man. We put you on live flight. And I just, I don't know, it ain't up to you always. And I know I used to be a very vocal and aggressive kind of person. And I know one day I hit my knees and I tried to change that perspective. And I know that I feel like I've had these thought conversations with what I feel is my creator. And then it guides me. That's the book, the Bible, and it's which you can look at different ones because there's so much of the common message in almost all. So you just gotta, that's why I say, to me, I had to be open. I did the whole picture form thing, I learned verse scriptures, I learned the standard doctrine rhetoric that you say with this. We went every Monday. We went on Wednesday evenings. We went Sunday mornings, stayed through Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, had the gatherings. I'm not knocking this, so I'm not saying this like, ooh, this is all that's bad. No, just me. So I did that. But see, it wasn't real. It's like I was saved. I was saved twice. And people with the once saved, always saved. I don't buy that. Otherwise, people could just get saved, and then it's like you still have free will. See, that's where maybe that's that play on words. Because I think that if you're truly saved, it's going to shine through you. And those didn't stick because it wasn't legit. When it was legit, it stuck. And I don't know. That's why the whole spiritual, religious type talk, I don't know. That's why I don't do it. Because I get it. People, they're used to a battle of all this man created denomination stuff. And when you think about it, all these names that you hear out here and about, it's funny because none of this is in any of their versions. It's like, all these denominations, but they're not in there, and I don't know, man. It's like, I will say, and I'll let anybody know I hadn't even bothered looking at the chat. So I will say I do get defensive sometimes when I feel like people feel a need to attack my belief in a Judeo-Christian type God, because it's like, that's funny because I don't go out of my way to attack anybody else's. And I think that's why sometimes I take it defensiveness is because I don't see it as a conversation. I see it as somebody intentionally coming out of their way to go at one of my beliefs. Well, you're not wanting a conversation, you're wanting a reaction. And my reaction is usually not in a verbal type way. And this is a different platform. So this one is more verbal. And then this is where I get all defensive and get tongue tied and let some people in my head. And it's like, shit, all that negative shit get in there. And you're going to find more abrupt endings to those kind of conversations because I just don't. It's like I'll listen to what you guys say. I'll read your comments, but I just don't want to, like, I don't know. I'm sure if I scroll up, there's probably somewhere I've been corrected on something I just said. See, and I don't see how I can be corrected on my experiences. That's what I have a hard time with, I guess, when it comes to this digital little world. There's people that feel the need to correct you. And it's like, how do you correct somebody's personal experience with something? Satan is just a scapegoat. Damn, Brian. All righty, brother. I reckon. You're pissed off that God took on the curse, and then I was given a vision of good and evil and told to make a choice. I don't even, yeah. Sounds confusing. I mean, I totally get it. Shit, man, after raising 3 kids, and then in my first marriage, I had 3 stepkids. I'm sorry. And this is going to be, and I'm going to preference this because I feel the need to just say it out loud myself. So rather you take it don't matter. I mean this in no disrespectful way to my belief in my creator. It's just a humorous analogy for me to put it. But, I totally can kind of see the whole thing. You built a good house, you know, and you've got some kids, 6 kids, whatever, 4 kids. You've got these kids and you've built this nice house. And then you just decide to have, it's years later and you decide to go ahead and have another child. So you have another child, but now the ones that have been here kind of reaping the nice little house that you've built and kind of this whole thing, they get pissy because now they feel like, well, this new kid's getting all the attention. And then one of these kids, usually like the oldest, or you could say maybe the most beautiful amongst them all, hitting towards the book. But well, they really kind of take it, personal, like, hey man, I thought I was the special one, but they're not. Now the new kid is special and gets the undivided attention. So you're not allowed to just erase anything. You're not allowed, So all you can do is try to churn the good kid and make them bad. And you want to step in, and our emphatical way of looking is like, oh, well, just say no, and then bam. And if you really want to see true devotion and faith from the one child, well, then you let them have free will. You let them have the options, and then that's how it's kind of like, that's how you see your true faithful people, because those are the ones that then seek you out, not the ones that are handed. So that's how that child would then return the love and the faith back. And that's how they counter the older kid that wants to turn them against you. So I don't know. You kind of look at your kids and stuff, grandkids, and you kind of, I don't know. For me, it really helps me with an understanding of how we are where we are. And it's like with my kids, I tried my best to teach my kids certain things, and certain things didn't take. Why? Because there was an outside influence. There was an outside influence. So you say things, but if there's more people that tell you, don't worry about that. Matter of fact, our daughter had a friend of hers going, you ain't got to do what your parents say. Well, if you've got people that do that, then you're going to have disruption in your house. And it's not that your kids don't love you, but you're going to have disruption. Well, if you kind of look at what we're here, because you go back through all this around us, all the housing, all the structures, the vehicles, all this fancy stuff, everything, you take all that off the board and we just go back into simple, what we would call homesteading. See how we've even isolated that. Really, that should be our life. The cities shouldn't really be here. They should be communities and villages and towns. We shouldn't have cities. It's like people should be spread out, being self-proficient and pitching in. So when you look at that, yeah, this was paradise. And it's kind of like kids. Now, if you take a kid and don't show them any of this, and you take them off and raise them, and they don't ever see this, you don't ever have them asking to get on the phone or nothing. You don't ask them for the latest iPhone because they don't even know shit about the iPhone. But the minute the kids go into the public school and the other classmates have iPhones, now the kid comes home wanting the latest, greatest iPhone. That's how that works. So that's what I just have always taken that's what I did. I got caught up in all this worldly stuff. So now I try to this doesn't matter. That's why I'm not the best money person, because you give me $1,000 and I'm gonna go buy something for somebody, because somebody's gonna be in need. I'd rather help somebody than bragging rights. I mean, and I don't know. Like I say, that's why when you get into those discussions, and anytime anybody comes to my channel and hears me, I'm just sharing an experience. I'm not preaching to you. I'm not telling, that's a whole relationship you make on your own. That's kind of like picking your own partner. That's you got to pick your own partner. I ain't a matchmaking service. So I don't ever mean it that way. So if I ever come across that way, all you got to do is, if you say something and then I'll reflect back on that. If I feel like, oh yeah, I did, then I'm going to apologize. If I don't think I did, I'll just say, sorry, you took that a little wrong. But, I try to be respectful as long as people will let me. Hell, I'll even try to be disrespectful in a respectful way to a certain point. I'm still trying to learn how to expand the range on that, because I do hit limits. Yeah, Dennis. Well, see, that's to me sharing the testimony. I just saw where you had said, about seeking the truth and stuff. That's where you share your testimony. You share the impact on your life, and somebody gets something out of that, then that's a good thing. The Bible says that God forms the light and dark, creates good and evil. Oh, the Lord knows. Yep. I guess, Brian. I don't understand, Brian, but maybe I missed something. Let me scroll. Well, it's also, I don't know. I haven't got that part. I just read up about your Revelation thing. I see. And to be honest, Brian, I don't even know where you're going with that, to be honest. I don't understand the intent of what the point behind it is. That's what I'm saying. See, I don't understand it when you say the Bible. Well, okay. Well, which one? Which version? Which one? And which time frame? And because, see, that's what I'm saying. That's where it's that. Because, dude, to be honest, I don't care about Revelations. I really don't. I don't care about Revelations. That's not. It's like, okay, I don't need to know. I mean, it doesn't matter. There you go, Dennis. No, I got you, buddy. That's no, I get asking questions. Hey, what's your thoughts on this? Yeah, that's why I said I didn't understand where Brian was coming from, because there was no kind of like a question on it. Basically, I'm saying that God is in control, right? God forms both sides. He puts it in their hearts, no matter which side you're on. See, I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't understand where you're going with that, Brian. Are you meaning like we're all predetermined already? Because I don't buy that. That's where the whole free will came from. That's kind of where the whole Son of God and the choice of free will, you can choose or not. People have been saying the end of the world is coming in every generation based on Revelation. I know, Tiger. Well, that's why I said that a year or so ago, and it was very unpopular because I was like, it's funny because I grew up with people holding up signs how the end is nigh, and I just went through almost 6 decades, and I still got people on the corner with the end is nigh. It's like, where was Jesus from 12 to 33 years old? Actually, there's been some literature on that. I mean, I don't bring up a lot of what I read because people aren't interested in hearing it. They just want you to say something so they can debate it. But there's actually I've been listening to some different people. That Wendy Goon guy is a pretty cool, mellow dude. I like listening to his take because he reads old literature and kind of. See, I don't think there's any set description. I think the idea is without a relationship with the creator, then there's so much missed in the text. I think when you have an established relationship, it's almost like an insight. Then because I see things in a different way when I read like a chapter of, Exodus. I see it different than if I just go off of this scripture dancing to fit what I want it to say. I form line, darn. Words are based on my hands. You might take rescue hugs, taking off to go do some papers. All right, kiss off. Make it a great day, ma'am. Be careful. Is Chuck going with you? And if he is, y'all need to be careful. Keep your head on a swivel. It ain't just your driving, it's the other person on the road driving you got to watch out for. Well, let's see. We're at 4 hours and 9 minutes. Oh, there goes Steven Crowder. Apparently he's going live. But no, I have biscuits. So I have biscuits with sausage. So I think I'm going to get my chow on. Hey, Miss Karen says, much love, rescue. Got to rest now. I'm sick. Oh, goodness, Miss Karen. Well, I hope you get to feeling better. Make it a great day. You help somebody smile. Maybe somebody helps you smile. Prayers of strength and wisdom, ma'am. Yep, the chow hall is calling. Hey, I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Remember, I won't be live tomorrow, so maybe Hutch will do apocalyptic radio in the morning. And I'll see y'all Wednesday morning. I might see you. Maybe I say hi in somebody's chat tomorrow if they're doing anything or tomorrow evening, but nothing else. See you Wednesday morning. Until then, make it a good day. You're the one in the driver's seat. You get to decide. You've always been able to. People just tell you can't. Chow call. That's it. Last call for chow. Y'all take care. Make it a good day. Appreciate it.
Here tomorrow. If the good Lord says it's my time to go, I don't see that morning sunset. There's some things I need for you to know. Trust luck is yours if you want it. It'll run forever if you treat it right. When you think of me on some back road, that's because I'm right there by your side. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate y'all.
Don't let life turn bitter. Don't be ashamed about your head. Take it easy on the liquor. Remember what it did to your granddad. Yeah, you're gonna get your heart broke. But a couple of tears don't make you weak. Gonna find that girl God made just for you. Knows what he's doing, wait and see. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Hey, no matter what anyone says, you just show up and you do the work. If they praise you, you show up and do the work. If they criticize you, you show up and do the work. Even if no one even noticed you, you show up and do the work. Showing up, doing the work, you lead the way. Be the example you want to be. Or give the role model.
Keep the shotgun in the family. Raise your babies by the book. And keep my picture in your wallet. Keep your car keys on a hook. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Please don't ever forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Take care, everybody. Make it a good day. All in your perspective. You're in the driver's seat. Decide how to raise it. Just somebody you might need a hand. You get on a swivel. Watch all around you. Take care of your loved ones. Peace. See you Wednesday.